won't regret this choice. Promise.
Mic wasn't turned on. I saw that. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. No real introduction. You know the deal by now. We're just doing commissions. And I'm gonna put on some videos in the meantime. So, let me see. Oh my god, what the fuck? Don't do that. Come on. My mouse died recently, so it's been a pain in the ass to navigate.
Mascot for this. Extra mile. We don't have that back in Texas.
Shh. Hush. Hush. Okay, this should be fine, right? What does theater mode do? It's whatever.
Me and the YouTuber Brugly are currently on day 10 of our liminal space road trip. If you're not familiar, then this series revolves around us traveling across the United States to different popular liminal space locations. In the last episode, we traveled multiple days to take pictures at both the Backrooms Level 5 image and Backrooms Level 11. It was super fun, so check out the last upload if you haven't already. That said, sit back, relax, grab some limited time Jaden Salads merchandise at jadensalads.com, and enjoy the video.
Oh, my bad.
Day 10 started off with me and Jared going to eat IHOP in downtown LA with the fellow YouTuber Sensitive Society.
I forgot I need to resize the window. Okay, let's try that again.
Me and the YouTuber Brugly are currently on day 10 of our liminal space road trip. If you're not familiar, then this series revolves around us traveling across the United States to different popular liminal space locations. In the last episode, we traveled multiple days to take pictures at both the Backrooms Level 5 image and Backrooms Level 11. It was super fun, so check out the last upload if you haven't already. That said, sit back, relax, grab some limited time Jaden Salads merchandise at jadensalads.com, and enjoy the video. Day 10 started off with me and Jared going to eat IHOP in downtown LA with the fellow YouTuber Sensitive Society. Sensitive Society is honestly one of the nicest people I've met in the creator space. He's a pretty nice guy. But yeah, we wrapped up some footage for the last video we made, and then it was time to drive 7 hours to Sedona, Arizona to see none other than the Blue McDonald's. Believe it or not, this Macca's is quite literally the only one in the world with a blue turquoise theming. The backstory behind this is that the people of Sedona, Arizona believed that having a normal McDonald's would be too bright and disruptive to the surrounding landscape. So they somehow ended up with this very aesthetically pleasing building, which fits in a bit more with where they're at. Not only is this a total spectacle for the sake of being a spectacle, but it can also emit some heavy liminal feelings. Some of these images are eerie, comforting, familiar, and now it's time for me and Jared to see it for ourselves.
It's so pretty.
I really like
there.
the mascot for this. Extra mile. We don't have that back in Texas. This woke California extra mile. But I do like this. This is cool. If I get 1 trillion likes on this video, I will get this tattooed on my leg right next to my star.
Me and Jared, of course, got some Starbucks to begin the day, and then we were on the road for good.
Starbucks time. Starbucks time. Starbucks time.
I love Starbucks. I love Starbucks.
I talked about it a bit in my last video, but I'll do it again now. Pretty much, I am a big fan of wind turbine liminal spaces. I love the popular image that was taken from 28 Days Later. I love all the other nameless, obscure liminal wind turbine imagery. And I just love seeing how dystopian and surreal this can be in real life. It's a whole nother feeling. Anyway, after being in the car for quite a few hours, we stopped at a random gas station in the middle of nowhere, Arizona. Jared had to get some gas, and I had to go pee pretty bad. But then I randomly got the craving for Subway. So everything goes as usual. I'm ordering Subway as you do, and while I was ordering my sandwich in live time, the guy making my food stops. He looks up at me and he says, "Are you Jaden Salads?" I kid you not, the guy making my sandwich recognized me, and that's the first time that's ever happened. It was honestly one of the most surreal moments of my life.
Jared, live reaction. The guy's doing my sandwich. You know what he says? "Are you Jaden Salads?" We gotta go get a pic with him. Swear to God.
Yeah, he said.
Shout out to Isai, dude. He's making my sandwich and he says, "Are you Jaden Salads?"
Yeah. Turns out it was Jaden Salad.
I never thought that I'd be recognized in public by anybody, and so the fact that it happened in the middle of nowhere at a Subway of all places by the guy making my sandwich made it that much crazier for the first time. I ended up
Lotus,
following this legend on
hush.
Instagram. He was very kind. So here it is if any of you guys want to send him $1 million through IG DMs or something. But yeah, he made a
Lotus.
super good sandwich and he was very
Quiet.
nice. I'm grateful for the interaction. Right after all of that happened, we were about to leave the gas station and I saw a stop sign that needed its picture taken.
So anyway, shout out to that legend. That completely threw me off. It was crazy. He's awesome. Look at the stop sign. It's actually very... I'd like to take a picture with the flash, but I don't want to kill anybody driving, so...
Here are the end results of my very own liminal spaces. I hope you like them. Then finally, it was time to eat some blue McDonald's.
Oh! What? Oh, no way.
Here it is, the blue Mickey D's, guys. Blue McDonald's.
Get out the freaking way. We're trying to go to a liminal space. Come on. Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Blue McDonald's. The only one in the entire...
Only blue McDonald's right there.
Oh, yes.
And there's like nobody here, but we're here.
Imagine it's closed.
It okay, looks closed, but there's no way.
This is the liminal space right here.
I'm backing up really quick.
Liminal.
Bro. You a germaphobe though?
So Jared, he's got some chicken wraps. That seems
Baby,
to be his thing. Then
what's
me,
wrong?
got
Come
some
here.
chicken nuggets with the strawberry shake.
Come here. I think my roommates just got home.
Hopefully we don't get slimed out in Sedona, Arizona.
We just drove for about 12 days to get to this McDonald's, guys.
A million hours to come to this McDonald's, like Jared said. A trillion hours to get here. Yeah, the interior is just like any other McDonald's, as you can imagine. Oh, well. That's different, obviously, but... Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's aesthetically pleasing. And for some reason, the blue colliding with the nature of Arizona, I don't know, that sounds stupid, but I think it collides well. I think it's good. Yeah, I hope to see more of this, though. I hope we see, like, pink McDonald's. I hope we see black McDonald's. Like an emo McDonald's. That'd be cool, like a goth McDonald's. I hope we see green ones, some wacky
A goth
Pomo
McDonald's.
Shout out to those who know Wacky Pomo. Maybe like an LGBTQ McDonald's, like a rainbow McDonald's. That'd be cute. That'd be cute. That'd be cute. Yeah, I think we should have McDonald's for like literally everybody. So this is the surroundings of the area. It's next to an empty parking lot. There's PetSmart. Jared's getting all giddy with it. But yeah, that's really all there is to see, because it's a fast food restaurant as any other place we've been going to this trip. We keep on traveling all these hours, wasting our days to see Taco Bell's, to see McDonald's, and I'm grateful. It's actually the best job in the world, and we're so back. We might be back. We're so back. How do we feel that we finally went to the blue McDonald's?
It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like Thanos adding Infinity Gauntlets to his little thing, or Infinity Stones, I should say. I feel like I'm raking up all of these crazy lore pieces, and now I can just snipe into them.
Wait, if we drive through Tennessee, what are the chances we hit the Arby's?
Actually, well, that would be out of the way, unfortunately. That was at state. But if we do, the Arby's is like the time stone.
Part 2, we're gonna hit up the Arby's, and that's gonna be all the stones of liminal fast food restaurants.
The liminal
Bye,
Arby's.
McDonald's, I'll miss you. I'll miss you. No. No.
If you've been tuning into the other videos, then you would know that this part of the video is the liminal tier list, where I rank all of the liminal spaces that we visit. As you could tell, I was a pretty big fan of the Sedona Macas. It wasn't super out of this world, but my monkey brain was really firing off at the sight of comforting blue LED lights. As far as liminality goes, though, it wasn't terrible, but it's also not legendary. I'd personally say that it's in between great and good, but let me know what you guys think. I might base my answer off of the comments section. If you're still watching till the very end, then thank you. Unfortunately, the next episode will be one of the last videos in the road trip series, so be there while you can. As usual, if you want extra content, then go check out my TikTok and Instagram. I've been posting quite a lot on both platforms. I do have some limited time liminal road trip merchandise that is out and available for you guys to get, so there's that if you're interested. It definitely helps me out as well. And finally, here's a shout out to everybody on my Patreon. Angel Cat, Artemis Shelton, Artie Boop, Basmic, Bella M, Bluey, Boy Kisser,
The
Kate
bunny with a
Filson,
pancake.
Cass is Tired, Chinpad 66, Cole Supra 45, Dr. Deagle, Dusty Antler, El Goober Goob III, Esso Boomin, Evan W, Eyeball Dude, 4 for Color, Giovanni Cruz, Rotera, Jasmine, Jera, Johnny VOK, Josh S, Josh Wynn, JW Zam 77, Killamane W, LeBron James Hairline, Lena, Lottie Dottie, Mommy Trash Sack, Matt Sat on a Cat, Must Lord, Not A Alien, Noxel Dreams, Osman Mad For Real, Pluto, Matt McCusker, Royly Oily, Shiny Breakson, Slender Slime, Takai Mirasaki, and The Liminal Store.
Go to sleep at 9 o'clock. This bitch stays up all night, but I see through.
I'm sure by now you have heard of the term Frutiger Aero and are aware of what it is. If not though, Frutiger Aero is an aesthetic trend that had been majorly popular from the mid-2000s to early 2010s. The visual traits of this aesthetic include glossy and shiny surfaces, different nature imagery such as water, bubbles and grass, auroras, bokeh, humanism and a mix of tech and organic vibes. Digital meets natural. It was used in pretty much everything back in the day. Commercials and advertisements, packaging of products and logos. It was mainly used in lots of new technology to make it more appealing and appear more friendly and approachable to older audiences. But to be honest, I feel like it appealed to everyone. It was an aesthetic that really gave a lot of hope for the future of technology. It was a really clean and pretty aesthetic, and over the years has grown massive in popularity on TikTok and YouTube. Online, when I get a Frutiger Aero video on my feed, the video will often show different images of what look to be real life places. The question is though, where are these places from? Are they real? In this video, me and fellow YouTuber Extrament will be finding the locations and origins of as many of these Frutiger Aero places we can find. Some of these get pretty interesting. This video you're watching right now is a sequel. I have actually done a video like this in the past with YouTuber Kylie. Feel free to check that out after this video. First off, let's take a look at this image here. This really unique and awesome looking room. When I last did my Finding Frutiger Aero Origins video, I found the locations of many different places. I tried to find the origin of this room, but I just could not find it at all. I questioned if it was even real at all. Was it AI? Was it a 3D modeled fake room? I couldn't find my answer, so I assumed it may have not been real. It just looks too cool and strange to be real. However, that has since changed. I have found it. This room comes from a place called Stomatologia Dentalika in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Hopefully I pronounced all that right. It is a dentist. Probably one of the most insane and cool looking dentists I have ever seen. On the website Behance, there is a page by the designer who created these rooms, and we can see all these cool different photos of what the entire dentist looks like. Can even find a nice layout. We can see different angles of this iconic Frutiger Aero photo. It appears to be a waiting lobby. In the actual rooms where the operating and stuff would take place, they have an even more Frutiger Aero look to them. The rooms have bright green glossy walls of leaves with a lens flare and bokeh, and also there are some very blue aquatic looking rooms. These rooms have a very clean and pleasing look to them. I love seeing rooms focused on technology and equipment that mix heavily with nature and water and all the different Frutiger Aero characteristics. I wish more places nowadays did this. I'm honestly
hi, Gray. I didn't
not
see you there.
entirely sure if this dentist still looks
I'm
like
alright.
this
How are you
today.
doing?
I can't find any other photos of this dentist aside from the ones that come from Behance. I'm also not entirely sure what year these photos are from. It's only known that they were uploaded to the internet in 2018. They could be much older. If anyone knows, let me know, but yeah, insane and amazing Frutiger Aero room.
That's good, that's good.
Here's another image that's often used in Frutiger Aero compilation videos. It's a really unique and vibrant looking room, dominated by a blue, green and silver colour scheme. The walls feature colourful imagery and shapes, and the room's full of glossy and strangely shaped furniture, like the pod chairs, which have a ribbed, leaf-like interior. It's safe to say this room has a very Frutiger Aero look to it, a look that rooms nowadays don't usually have. What is this place though? After a quick search, we can find that this image is of a hotel known as Prize by Radisson, located in Hamburg, Germany. This hotel was designed and finished back in 2014. Looking at more images of it, we can see that the whole place has a quirky look to it. Nothing is bland. The rooms themselves, the hallways, the dining areas, the kitchen, computer area, the lobby, it all looks so unique. Nothing in this hotel is boring. Looking at the outside, you wouldn't expect the inside to look anything like the way it does. The amazing thing is, this hotel doesn't seem to have had any redesigns. It still looks this awesome today. Originally, it was designed by an architect from New York named Kareem Rashid. He's done lots of other amazing stuff and is a really unique designer. Take a look at his work at the Temptation Cancun Resort in Mexico. It looks so cool. Overall, the Prize by Radisson is a super interesting hotel that gives off a lot of Frutiger Aero vibes.
There have been many different types of McDonald's restaurants
Oh, hey, a different
created.
McDonald's.
The average looking and modern minimalistic McDonald's, the old school McDonald's many people are nostalgic over, strange, weird and liminal McDonald's restaurants. Shout out Jaden Salads, my boy. However,
Hey,
has there
we
ever
just
been
watched that.
a Frutiger Aero McDonald's restaurant? And the answer is a surprising yes. This is McDonald's flagship store located on Oxford Street in London back in 2010, designed by SHH Architecture and Interiors. This McDonald's had a very Frutiger Aero look to it, and to be honest, it had a look that I don't think any McDonald's restaurant in the world had ever seen. If you had no idea and I asked you what restaurant this photo belonged to, I doubt McDonald's would have been one of your answers. It has a very bright and clean look to it that McDonald's restaurants don't usually have. I mean, as well with this huge TV on the wall and all of these smaller screens placed across the seating area, it looks incredibly futuristic. I love the bright aquatic blue walls that have bokeh and different technology designs on them. These walls mix really well with the orange and white that's all in the room. Another separate floor has a vibrant green wall with leaves and glossy red walls. It's really nice and refreshing to look at. This Oxford Street McDonald's still runs today, however, unfortunately looks super different and has had major redesigns. To me, it just looks so dull and bland now. Pretty sad.
What is this image of? This strange room shows a whole bunch of seats surrounding a huge bright globe, displaying some kind of information. The seats are filled with a bunch of people all dressed in black suits. It looks like something straight from a futuristic sci-fi movie. So where does this image come from? Is this even a real place or nothing more than a 3D mock-up? It turns out it is in fact real. This image belongs to a science and technology center known as the DPRK SciTech Complex. It's located in Pyongyang, North Korea, and was completed in 2015. The outside of this place looks crazy. It's on an island surrounded by water, and the building is in the shape of an atom. This is exactly how I pictured the future. It genuinely looks like it's from a video game or a movie. Something like Meet the Robinsons or Tomorrowland. The building itself is pretty much a science museum, research library, and exhibition center all in one. It was made to promote science and technology among North Korean citizens. On the website Banned Thought, a PDF can be found which shows all the different things inside this building. It has a huge digital library, interactive exhibits, exhibition halls, lecture rooms, and much more. Inside, we can find the famous image from before with the globe. The place is said to be a tiered lounge hall.
There's a chance you have seen images of this green glossy looking room. I see images of this room often in Fruitiger era compilations and TikTok slideshows, and I always wonder to myself, where is this? It's such a strange looking room. It reminds me of those clear colourful bottles that everyone had at some point. This one was actually pretty easy to find. With a quick Google reverse image search, we can get our answer. This is a unique suite room called Lime Flavor within a Seoul boutique hotel located in Korea. This was designed and built by SML, a Korean architecture group, for the designer's premier Kondae Hotel. On SML's website, we can see a page dedicated to this room which gives us heaps of details and information showing what it has and how it works. This page also gives the details regarding when it was designed, constructed, and the location itself. It's crazy this room was created in 2017. It looks like it would be a lot older than this. It's a really cool hotel suite that would be so fun to stay in. I must say, it is a pretty interesting design choice for the curtains to be placed on the outside of the bathroom and toilet. I find that pretty funny. Such a unique looking room.
I hate how this line looks.
There are a lot of Fruitiger era images of locations that aren't real and are simply mock-up 3D concept designs of what a place could look like. I thought it would be fun to go through some of these Fruitiger era concept images and, if possible, compare them to what ended up being built. This image here is one I have seen around in different TikTok Fruitiger era videos. It looks to be an insane shopping mall of some kind. It's a bright, glossy shopping mall which has a sort of futuristic shape to it. It has a giant screen at the top showing water with tropical fish swimming around. Right below it there is a display of trees and different plants. With the water, nature, glossiness, bright blue sky in the background, this place definitely has a big Fruitiger era feel to it. It almost looks like if the Nintendo Wii turned into a shopping mall. However, the question is, what is this place? This image here is just one of the many design concepts from 2014 for what would be the Dongfeng shopping mall, designed by a company known as Amphibian Arc. The shopping center was going to focus on having a nature theme to raise awareness about environmental protection. As we can see in these concept images, there are many plants and trees placed all around, including the roof. We can also see an aquatic element is very present inside the mall too. The place was going to have both a giant aquarium that would go multiple stories and a river you could ride a boat in. This unfortunately stayed as a concept and never got built. It's pretty sad as this looks like the coolest mall ever. These here are concept photos from 2005 showing design mock-ups for the Mall of Switzerland. These design concepts were made many years before the mall had started construction. Construction of this mall started in 2014 and finished in 2017. And surprise, the mall that ended up being built looked nothing like these photos at all. It's for sure a nice, fine looking mall, but definitely not as advanced as these concept images. These design concepts are pretty cool, but definitely very strange as well. Let's take a look at them. Here is this aquatic room in the mall which looks very interesting. It's a huge big open space with a bridge going over some water. You can see some people in the water, so I guess the idea was for people to be able to walk in it, which was definitely a funny idea. There is an aquarium in the back with what looks to be an escalator in the middle. I mean, pretty cool idea. Escalator with full surrounding aquarium view. I have no idea what's on the right here. I guess it's some fountain of some sort with this thing at the top. People can also view this area from the roof, which is nice. The next concept image for this mall is another big open space. However, instead of being very aquatic, this room has more of a green nature vibe going on. There's a big glass display of plants and trees at the back, and what I find pretty funny and interesting, glass displays on the floor with robot dogs inside. I don't think I've seen this anywhere else, to be honest. The shopping areas of this mall concept are definitely the most interesting out of these mock-up photos, just cause it's so wacky. It's a usual looking mall with different shops all around. It's double story. However, right in the middle here is this pool of some kind that looks to be filled with tropical fish. Sure, aquariums are normal in public spaces like this and sometimes in malls, but this concept gives the idea that people can walk in this pool with the fish. They can catch the fish with nets and rods, they can hold the fish. This mall concept is so interesting to me because I just haven't seen anything like this before. Looking at what the mall looks like today, what ended up being constructed compared to these mock-ups is kinda hilarious. It's pretty basic. I mean, it's a fine average looking mall, and in these mock-ups it just looks genuinely wild.
Here's another room that turns out to be a concept image, having many Frutiger Aero elements to it. This image here is a 3D mock-up for a restaurant. It was designed by a company known as Slick Plus Design USA and was for a restaurant that would be called Swim, located in Las Vegas, Nevada. Sadly, this restaurant was never built. Construction didn't even begin. It's a shame as it looks really interesting. All the rooms have a very aquatic aesthetic. There's a ton of ocean-themed imagery placed everywhere on the walls and lights. The mirrors in the bathrooms resemble bubbles, and there's a pod of dolphins swimming across the walls. I don't know if this was intentional, but the shape of the coral cutouts really reminds me of those cheesy fish crackers. I guess it all just adds to the immersion. The rooms themselves have a very distinct color palette with strong blues and greens throughout. The whole place embodies the subgenre of Frutiger Aero known as Helvetica Aqua, primarily featuring water and marine life. There's not really any information online about this restaurant at all. It's unknown what year these designs were made or where the restaurant was going to be built in Nevada. These mock-up designs were found in the company's portfolio and are all we have. Still, these images are really cool to look at and definitely have a strong Frutiger Aero feel.
Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this sort of sequel to the first Frutiger Aero
Man, these
Origins video
videos
I
get
did. I might be
shorter
doing a
when you
Finding
know what to
Origins of
expect from
Strange 2000s media video sometime soon. That might be fun, so let me know if you would like to see that. If you have any suggestions, anything you would like to see me cover or talk about, please let me know in the comments or reach out and send a message on Instagram. Anyway, see you again soon. Subscribe if you haven't so we can get to 200k. Surely by the end of the year, that would be amazing.
welcome to From the Mind of Christine McConnell. So I know I've been a little bit quiet on here lately, and that is because we moved into this big old spooky house in August, and it really kind of took us a second to get settled in. But now that we are, I think it's time to start working on some of the decorative and restorative projects in the house. We're going to begin in the dining room. One of the neat things about moving in here is I unearthed a bunch of old photos of what this house has looked like through time. And I saw this dining room with a different looking paper that was so beautiful. And the paper that's in here now, I would not classify it as being ugly or unattractive. It's just a little stately and bland for my taste. So I came in here and I started picking at a corner of it. And I realized that the paper I saw in those photos is still here underneath this layer. So the objective of this episode is to use a steamer, see if I can't completely remove it while not damaging the paper that's underneath, and then just bringing that paper back to life. So that is what we're going to be doing. I hope you're excited, and let's begin. My first step is to remove all of the decorations in the room. We bought this house fully furnished, and some of the pieces are incredibly beautiful, but there is a decent amount of filler, so very few of these will be coming back into this particular room. I very quickly realized that introducing moisture into this equation was actually working against me. So I ditched the steamer and found that the glue that was keeping this 1980s wallpaper affixed was very brittle, and the paper kind of just peeled off simply from there.
I guess. Sure.
Right here is where I realized why they originally covered this paper. There must have been some sort of water damage or repair done that caused them to lose an entire section, and they were forced to cover it. But I think I'm going to be able to mend it.
It's storming
Sadly,
where
this
you
wasn't
are.
the only area that really needed to be addressed.
That's
on
not
the
good.
opposite side of the room, on the upper left-hand corner, there was a portion where the paper
Welcome
really
home.
had, there must have been some sort of moisture issue right here, and the paper lifted from the wall. The color was all wrong, and it was not mendable. So I'm going to have to remove this and hand paint it back in. Several portions needed to be re-glued, and then I made a huge mistake right here by introducing moisture. This is not modern day wallpaper. It is antique. It's not washable. So I lost a whole bunch of pigment right here, and ultimately we'll have to go back and correct it.
We're just
I'm wearing a
watching
Dita
like
Von Teese face mask so I can look glamorous while I
crafty
renovate the house.
videos and kind of aesthetic videos of, well, different aesthetics and whatever. Just like chill creative stuff.
This house was built in the 1860s, and it was a common practice back then to use horsehair in the plasterwork of lath and plaster. So here is a tuft of hair from a horse that lived 150 years ago.
This video is by Christine McConnell, restoring some really pretty wallpaper in a mansion that she moved into.
Okay, so
A
now
couple
what I
years
need
ago.
to do is mix paint colors to match all of these shades in this paper. I've counted, and it looks like there's about 14 unique colors. I could spend so much money and frustration taking this to a paint supply store and trying to get them to match each shade, and I doubt they would ever be perfect. So what I'm doing is I've got a set of primary colors. I'm just gonna mix one at a time, speed up the process with a blow dryer, and just make sure I can match each one flawlessly. So that's what we're gonna be tackling right now.
She's so determined to get this wallpaper that the parts that are missing, she paints them herself, and you can't even tell.
It took me an entire day just to get this one main color because it couldn't be close. It had to be absolutely perfect. Otherwise, your eye would have noticed it in different kinds of light. I really thought I had it here, but in the morning light, I could see it was pulling kind of a bluish cast. So I had to work on it a little bit more, get it up on the wall, and now I feel like it's a really true match. I'm someone who's prone to repetitive motion injuries, and this much like twisting and mixing by hand nearly broke my wrist. All right, I'm not kidding. 4.5 days, that's how long that took me to make sure every single one of these colors was completely true to the original shade. But now that I've got that, there's a lattice pattern in this paper, and there's two sort of unique openings that happen or sort of repeat. And I need to get up on the wall, measure those out, and try to sketch them out and recreate them. I could attempt to freehand this, but I think there's too many to try to do that, and it just leaves too much opportunity to mess something up. So I don't want to do that. That's why I'm attempting this, and we'll see how it goes.
Yo. Delivery. Okay. 1 second, chat. Oh, wrong screen. There you go. Sorry about that. Roommates was giving me stuff. They just went to the store. They were stocking me up on stuff. sore from yesterday. I was out biking all day. I'm still not really used to it yet. I'm not as sore as I was the first week, but my neck really hurts. Well, it's more like of a discomfort than hurting, really.
I mentioned in a Patreon live stream about how hand mixing the paints was aggravating my wrist, and patron Grace Gorman was thoughtful enough to send me one of these drill attachment mixers, and my gosh, I'm never going back.
I think fatigued is more the word than sore. Mild discomfort. Look at that, she's gonna paint that entire wall with that rose pattern.
I was really doing my best keeping the pets out of the room in case anything hazardous was going on, but Werewolf finally broke me down and she was just not tolerating being left out of the action. So now she's looking quite comfortable. So I'm not an impressionist artist, and whoever originally did this artwork, what?
The current video right now is a YouTuber named Christine McConnell, and she does a lot of, like, what's it called? She has, like, a pink goth aesthetic, and, in this video she's restoring some old wallpaper in a mansion that she moved into that has, like, this really pretty floral pattern underneath, but, some of it was missing due to water damage or something, so she's hand painting the parts that are missing. Wasn't there a goth cooking show with puppets starring her? Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was.
And it's very difficult to replicate this kind of
I
thing
like her stuff. She hasn't really
as an
posted in a while.
impressionist painter, you are conveying something with simplicity that when it's finished it makes sense to the person looking at it.
Yeah, there was a
but
werewolf in it.
It's very hard.
I think
to
she
kind of
also
go
had the
and
gimmick of, like,
figure
she
out
has a
exactly
werewolf in
why
her
they
basement
chose
or
to
something.
do this or do that. So this
I
part was
forget. Well,
kind of a challenge
she had,
for
like,
me.
various monsters running around. I
To
didn't
marry
watch
this
all of it, I
together
watched
and give it
most
kind
of
an
it.
aged effect, I watered down some of the
That's
paint I was
cute.
working on and sort of splotched it around, and it kind of pulled everything together.
But yeah, our previous videos were Liminal Space McDonald's, which is just blue McDonald's in Arizona, and then after that was finding the locations of real Frutiger Arrow places. Because I steal the colors from that aesthetic and like little bits and pieces. And it's refreshing that it finally has a name put to it so I can look up stuff for it.
When we originally got here, we found these
Feels
photos in the
refreshing
drawer
because
from-
like as far as looking up room decor or like clothes and whatever, everything comes in pink, but it's harder for me to find stuff in like this very specific blue and green shade that I like. But yeah, the Frutiger Arrow aesthetic kind of helps me with that because it uses both.
In the 1960s, featuring the dining room, so I knew it was at least that old. Then Marianne Shepherd Lee, who was married to a son of the original family before he passed away at a young
Where's
age,
Liminal Space
was
Whiplash
generous
Lab?
enough to correspond with me.
Well,
She shared images from the house which showed the room was unchanged till the 1980s. She then put me in touch with Colin Shepherd, a member of the original family who grew up here, and recalled that the paper was always there as far
I
as
mean, the
he
medical
knows,
center
and
can
his
be pretty
father,
liminal,
Tom
I guess.
Shepherd,
There's like a lot of
touched up the ceiling and trim in the
white
1940s.
winding
That's the
hallways,
top
and
of
it's
the
a bit of a
green you see
maze.
in this image, which means the green paint that's visible underneath is the original coat and is the age of the paper I'm working on. Another clue came when I pried up a small piece of the bottom molding and discovered
I'm
a
excited to
sliver
show
of
you the
original
final area of the game
1868
next
paper.
week.
I then reached out to several experts and
You know you're in for a...
solidly guessed the paper
I mean,
I
it's
was
like,
storing
it's
was
gaudy as
installed
hell,
somewhere
but
between 1880
it's got
to
blue carpet.
1920. A big thanks to Karen Prothero, who is an archivist with the Sanderson Design Group, Allison McDermott, who is an expert conservator, and especially Rowena Byton-Dykes from the Wallpaper History Society for helping me make an educated guess.
Wallpaper History Society.
On an exciting bonus note, there is a chance arsenic was used in the making of this paper, so I'm in the process of finding a place that can test a sample for me. So now we're going to be tackling the ceiling, the cornices, which is the crown molding, and just trying to refresh all of it. The last time the ceiling was painted was in the 1940s. So I think it's fair to say that it's time for a fresh coat. So I'm not going to be recreating exactly what was original. I am taking inspiration from that, and I'm just going to take it up a notch from there.
I'd throw money at her Patreon to see more videos from her if I had the funds to, but alas. Because she's a little more active on there nowadays than she is YouTube.
Something about the cornices having a fresh coat of paint made them jump out at me as being kind of foreign, so I'm giving them additional depth by adding some shadows.
Apologies in advance if power goes out. Jesus Christ. Stay safe over there. Make sure all your stuff is charged. Charge your phone. Because your phone is always at low %. Go and charge it. Now.
This is a fairly simple step that wasn't too incredibly difficult, and any room that has molding around the top this can be done on, and it adds such
Tell
a
you what
wow
else to
factor.
do.
When you're creating your own stencils, it's really a good idea to add
Gosh, I didn't
bridges
think I'd get this
as
far.
you go along, and this sort of holds everything together. And then after you've, stippled in your paint, you can remove the stencil and then hand paint in any of those places.
Find werewolf pics for me, I don't know. For later.
If drawing is not your strong suit, I have made copies
Well
that
then,
can be
allow me
printed, available on
to
Patreon.
suggest your next move. Rub my shoulders while you're at it too. I'm just not feeling it tonight. What the hell? I gotta clean my room after this stream, I think. I've been holding off on it for too long. I did a
I'd say my
little bit more
personal
organizing. I
aesthetic
found
is
some buttons that I
probably
hadn't
closest to
displayed
that
yet
of
and
the
put them
dead
up.
old lady who lives in a haunted mansion. And while I want visitors to feel cared
And I
for and
cleaned
comfortable,
my
I
desk
hope
off
they
a little
also
bit,
feel
but
bit
I need to
wary and suspicious.
really get to deep cleaning this place. How does it get dirty? 'Cause dust everywhere. It's mainly just dust. I try not to... I mean, like, I don't throw trash on the floor or anything. Like, I don't understand people who do that, but... Yeah, it's just like a little cluttered. It's a little cluttered and a little dusty. Little Mimus! Wait, those are not snacks, baby boy. Hi, baby. Here, get under the covers. Here you go. Here
I
you
hope
go.
you've enjoyed this episode. I'm incredibly thrilled with how
Yeah.
this room came out. I can't wait to start tackling the other rooms in the house. I've made a whole bunch of episodes on
Oh, she made a
Patreon
really
for
cool
how to make
snake
face
couch
napkins,
before.
Place cards, floral arrangements.
I should have put that in
The
here for you,
patterns for
Severin.
everything is also on Patreon, so follow the link below if you want to check
Maybe
that
I'll
out.
add it later.
I
We'll see.
apologize I have not been posting much publicly. There's just, getting into this house since getting
Oh, yeah,
settled
I
in,
noticed. Where's
and
your
also
content?
sort of keeping up with my commitments on Patreon has sort of not left me with a ton of time, but I am going to be getting back into the groove of posting things publicly. So stay tuned for that. And in the meantime, take care of yourselves.
Undo. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
What happens when you make YouTube thumbnails in kid pics?
Sticker things.
Who don't want it?
It's so satisfying to hear the sounds. I'm going to make 3 different thumbnails with this 20-year-old art software. I'm going to upload them to YouTube, and then I'm going to let the algorithm and you decide the winner. This is going to be both a nostalgic and a creative endeavor because I don't want to just do a standard review or just a walkthrough of kid pics for those who might have used it in the past. I want to actually make something with it.
Meet your new sleep paralysis demon, crafted in Kid Pics 4 Deluxe. I will haunt you in your sleep.
So for those who aren't aware how YouTube works, you can actually test multiple thumbnails. You can pick 3 of them if you'd like, and the platform will pick the one that not just gets you the most clicks, but also gains the highest average watch time. So can a thumbnail made in Kid Pics beat the algorithm?
Only one way to find out.
Before we begin our thumbnail creation though, I need some very authentic photos to work with. So we are going to go full 2000s mode and use this absolute unit. This is the Sony CyberShot DSC F707, which was my parents' first
I don't miss
digital
old
camera
cameras.
back in 2001. 5 megapixels. It had a Carl Zeiss lens. Since old tech can
But
be a
there's
little
like
finicky sometimes,
kind of a charm to it. It's just
have
like as soon as
3
it
of
hits
them.
like
Just in case one
6
fails, I'll
o'clock,
just
if it just
move
gets
on to the
slightly
next.
dim outside,
Let's
you can't
get
see
started.
shit. I hated it. All my cameras worked like that.
Thankfully, I have 3
I
of
don't
these
miss it.
original Sony batteries, but they all are in various stages of not working very well. It's asking me to input the date, and it starts in 2001. And these are original. These are the ones that my parents had when this was their camera. So I have one that's 64 megabytes and one that's 32 megabytes. I can only fit 12 pictures at the highest quality. I'm gonna actually turn it down a bit to maybe here. Okay,
I'd like
wait,
to have
I
a
turned on the
Polaroid
flash.
camera though.
There's like a stream over here. This camera can actually get surprisingly good macro shots. I'm gonna do a comparison. I'm going to take one picture of myself without the direct flash and then one with the direct flash. And then we can see what you think looks better and is more right ear. And the ground is very squidgety spoogety. Like, hold on. I'm really excited to load these pictures up and do some manipulation, so let's go. Okay, we're back and it's time to upload the pictures onto the computer. And so I have our data cable. What is this one called? This wasn't micro USB. Is this mini USB? Turn it on and hope it all works. And we'll paste all of the pictures. I miss this graphic. He was so free. Fly free, little piece of paper. We're gonna boot up Kid Pics and get started.
The other day, I was kind of curious, and I was looking on eBay to see if there was like a computer on there that used Windows 7 for no particular reason, just because I was curious.
Okay then. So first we need to find a picture to add. So we're gonna go add graphic and go to my pictures. I'm blurry, but that's okay. It doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter. The first step was to play around with the program to figure out what it can and can't do. This spray painted 3D shapes, each with its own sound effect. For example, one of the big limitations with Kid Pics is once you cut something out and paste it onto your canvas, that's it. You can't move it again. It's glued there forever, like it's part of the background now. And the undo button, you get one undo, that's all. So if you make a few changes and decide you want to backtrack, too bad. And this was the weirdest
Just
undo
one.
that I've
Oh,
seen in
no.
any program.
Undo. Wait a minute. Now wait a minute. Who don't want it?
Who don't want it? What? At one point, I even tried using MS Paint to see if I could cut something out over there and paste it into KidPix. And spoiler alert, you can't. They don't play nice. So yeah, this is not Photoshop. This is a children's art program from the early 2000s. There are no layers, no resizing after you play something, and no forgiving history panel. But in a weird way, it kind of makes things easier. I don't get to obsess over placement or make everything perfect. I just have to keep moving and commit. And I will be skipping some pieces here and there because it took over an hour to make all 3 thumbnails, so we'll just stick to the highlights. So this is the first one that we'll do, and I just need to cut myself out using this little scissors tool. And I'm not going to be exact here. I'm just going to kind of go around. And then we're going to cut. So now we're going to go in and add our background graphic that we want to use. Edit, paste. And then we can grab me and kind of move it down right here. This is looking horrible. All right, let's pick like a bright blue color.
This is looking horrible.
Try out going around and outlining me with it. It looks great, right? Right? Blue drippies. Whoa, that looks kind of dope. Honestly, I'm digging it. I think that that's the winner. Man, the eyeball is really tempting. What do these do? Whoa. Undo.
Yep.
What about this one? These are kind of crazy. No. They're wild. Okay, I think we need some text. Okay, let's do this beat the algorithm. Is it clickbait to say this beat the algorithm when it probably won't? Come on, there we go. Sometimes having limitations can breed creativity. Other times it just irritates me. There's different voices.
This beat the algorithm.
Vicky, Big Bert.
This beat the algorithm.
I want the text to be white, I think. Or maybe white is not good. Maybe we need like lime green. Oh, okay. No, that's not what I wanted.
My bad.
Like, okay. That's kind of beautiful. Should we just put some rocks down underneath me to kind of cover this little gap? Just kind of stack them up a little bit. Oh.
Undo, undo.
Like, what if I just put trees in the rocks? Here I continue experimenting by adding some tree stamps into the rocks, and then I play around with a bunch of different stamper effects and ultimately settle back on the rainbow that I played with before, as well as some music notes to just really lock it all in aesthetically. This is not looking very beautiful. I think this one's done. So let's save this and we'll call it KidPix Thumbnail 1. All right, on to the next, I guess. I'm gonna pick a different picture of myself. Like, what about this one? I think I still am gonna cut it out. So let's cut me out. Maybe this time I'll use
Man,
a
I'm so
grassy
tired of a
picture in the
9.5 hour
background.
shift. Oh my
Like
god.
this.
What the hell?
And then
Yeah, you go rest when you need to.
I wish you could resize, but it just is what it is.
I'm just doing my work.
And again, but maybe with like bubbles. I mean, I think that looks great, right?
Be more energized next week.
I feel like I want the window. I just don't know where I'm going to put the text. This was a mistake. Perhaps my absolute favorite feature of this program, and I say this with complete sincerity, is the unceasing cacophony of utterly deranged sound effects that assault your ears at every possible moment. It's like a haunted toy store is exploding around you. Tiny sticker things. And suddenly my husband came home bearing gifts that he brought me from a trip to
Went to
the
a
thrift
Mexican
store.
restaurant, had 2 drinks and a lot of chorizo.
This is super
Ah,
cool.
shit.
Make CD label design and application as easy as 1, 2, 3. Designed for Windows NT 3.1, 95, 98, and 2000. Ooh, this would be good for Patreon gifts. What if I just put a computer right here? And then we go back to the window. I think that I just have to leave it now because I can't undo the computer because I didn't save it before I put the computer on there, and then I started doing the window, and you can only undo once. To finish up this thumbnail, I just added some little stamps, a Saturn, a sun. Thumbnail number 2, donezo. All right, time for the third thumbnail. You want to help me design the third thumbnail? I asked my husband if he wanted to help design the third thumbnail because I needed a fresh perspective. He heartily agreed, and then I filled him in on the overall plan, and then we began the final design. First, if it's going to have a picture of me in it, I have to cut myself out.
Oh, you already used them with the hands?
I didn't use a picture with the hands yet. It's so bad. Now, it's really hard to cut out. Wait, listen.
I made a boo-boo, yeah. So just in case you didn't realize you screwed up.
Okay, cut. So now I have to pick a background picture, and then I can paste myself back on the picture. I haven't used moss, or I could use like one of the built-in backgrounds.
Yeah, let me look at those.
We took a thorough look at each background until he ultimately decided on
Space. Space is good.
space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Final frontier.
Paste.
Yeah.
Like,
no. Yep.
I can't resize me.
That's perfect.
So what should this one say? Made in 2004.
We're not currently in 2004, so you'll be like, whoa.
We have this one. I'm pretty sure I used that on one of my videos in like 2003 when I made a monster movie.
I made a boo-boo, yeah.
No, that wasn't the text, but it's very similar to text I used for like an old Windows Movie Maker MS Paint animation that I did.
I made a boo-boo, yeah.
It's so satisfying to hear the sounds. That's why I liked this game, because of the sounds.
And all the practical applications as well. I could see using this for professional headshots.
If you or your loved one is looking for a professional headshot, please reach out to Hark Official. I'll get it done. Really good. That was my commercial.
The commercial was really good too.
I know. I feel like I could probably get away with just making this my aesthetic for thumbnails. Every thumbnail, I should just make it in kid pics. And I'm not even joking. I feel like people's thumbnails, maybe they're taking them too seriously, and I need to take things less seriously so that I stop thinking about it.
I think this is very serious.
All right, we're done.
So in summary, here are the 3 finished thumbnails. We have number 1. It's poorly designed. It's ugly, yet festive and unbothered. Number 2. It's cleaner and has an optimistic edge, but perhaps it's trying too hard to be something that it's not. Lastly, number 3, my personal favorite. Excellent font choice, well balanced, but what will the algorithm decide?
When YouTube has selected the winner, I'm going to pin a comment that tells everyone which thumbnail won. Because in the future, I might actually change the thumbnail to show all of them.
Mariah
if that
says
makes any
hi
sense. But the
from
pinned
under the
comment
bed.
will let you know who
Aw.
the winner ultimately was. So
Baby.
until then, you tell me which one should win. 1, 2, or 3. Let me know in the comments. Maybe next time I should attempt making some thumbnails in some software for Windows 3.1.
Thank you for watching yet another episode of Crazy Hark's Amazing Emporium of Total Retro Madness and sometimes other things too.
Alright, we got a Bob Ross video up next.
Following the hardest Bob Ross tutorial on my bedroom wall. Let me explain. There have been some claims on the YouTube sphere of people following the hardest Bob Ross tutorial, but according to my factual opinion,
That's wrong.
the scene is of a campfire and then a dude sitting by the campfire and then some trees. It's very different, but that doesn't make it the hardest. So I compiled a list of the things that I believe would make the painting the hardest. This is the list.
Color.
Lots of colors, hard to blend,
Value.
lights and darks.
Depth.
Are there things really far away and up close?
Detail.
That takes expertise. Difficulty. Lastly,
How many different parts are there?
mountains, trees, water, waterfalls, grass, things. So I went through all 31 seasons and 13 episodes per season, which equals to 31 times 13, which is this big number. That's a lot. That's a lot. But it was fun. I had some giggles.
As I mentioned earlier, him and I have the same hairdresser. We both got the fuzz top up here. Okay, tell you what.
Good for my soul. And then I found these videos.
I made a plan.
According to the words of Bob Ross, make your own world. Create your own world. This is your world. So what did I do? I'm combining these pieces. We're gonna take the sky colors from the ocean sunset piece. From the seascape fantasy, we're taking the clouds. From mountain by the sea, we're taking almost everything. We're taking the sea, we're taking the mountain, and then we're taking the little bushes on the side.
Here's a quick, not so detailed thumbnail sketch of what this is going to look like, but a lot better. Trust me, it's gonna be a lot better.
Let me say, I am following a tutorial because what did Bob Ross say? Bob Ross said to follow your dreams. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I mean, he probably did. So, I'm combining all the images and making my own world, just like how Bob Ross wanted us to.
Just how Bob Ross
how we're gonna start
intended.
this thing. First, you move everything. Then, you set up a tape.
You gotta make sure to cover the floors so that your mommy doesn't yell at you and you don't have to spend 2-3 hours trying to take off little speckles. That's what we're doing. Got some tape? Yes. Do you hear that? That doesn't feel safe. I'm perspiring. Yeah. Ah, there's a spider! Oh my gosh! Get away. Live somewhere else. Okay, he's on the paint. Flee!
Then, supplies.
Objects used. A paint tray, big piece of cotton, rolling puff bombs, 5-inch polyester blend stain and waterproofing block brush. Home Depot gave me that name. It's really long and complicated and I don't know why it's so long. It makes it so much easier to smoothly blend the big blocks of color such as the sunset and it looks delicious. Assorted bristles on a stick, big cups, sticky skinny paper, a flat piece metal thing. I use this to make the rough sides of the mountain.
And then, your paints. There's a lot of colors here. This could be made with a third of the amount of stuff I have here. I just happen to have it. Tip, just if you're curious, this stuff, what is
Excuse me a minute while I, take a peek at my reference. Okay. I wasn't sure if the yellow bits on his helmet were lined or not. I wanted to make sure. Okay. We're good.
this stuff? It's retarder. It makes it so that it doesn't dry as quickly and you can blend more easily.
And lots of white. One of these should finish a wall, but I go a little crazy, so it might not be the whole thing. But yes,
White. And finally, we're ready to follow the hardest Bob Ross tutorial on my bedroom wall. Let's do this thing.
I have the world's worst wedgie, and I don't want comments about my bum on a video.
How could I be so dumb? Why did I wear those pants?
Literally the worst wedgie. To solve this problem, there is going to be a dinosaur emoji over my bum to protect myself and my wedgie.
you know, there is something about painting my wall that creates the worst bodily stench ever.
Why are you watching wedgie videos? I'm not. I'm watching people doing cool artsy shit.
Cheers. The wall's white now, and now I want to paint the sunset. I'm gonna make it really
Sounds to me like you've never painted your wall.
happy.
And it was time to get this thing started. I worked on the gradient for a good minute because I don't want that to be patchy, and here's how I do that.
This is when this thingy comes in handy.
So you see here how that's not blended very nicely?
I
This is
need to
gonna
paint
make it
more.
So much easier to blend on your big wall. XC shape piece, really fast, vigorous.
Jesus
intense.
Christ, boy.
Do you see how crisp this line is? That is crispy.
So I realized that if there's tape then
Crispy.
underneath the tape, it won't be painted. So I moved the tape, but the tape was on a wet wall. So I had to
Nice.
pack the tape so that it stayed on the wet wall, and I painted it.
It's the next day, and I realized
my
maybe
God.
the reason I smelled bad is because I neglected proper hygiene except for like washing my hands intensively, so
okay.
laundry and taking a shower. Because who am I gonna see? But that's still, you know, it's kind of nasty. So I did my laundry and
Girl, I feel that.
smelling fresh.
Plan is to finish the wall. Not the wall, well, the wall, but the sky today.
Dee-dee-dee-doo, dee-doo-dee-dee.
Believe it or not,
If you hear that sound, it is like that scratchy chalkboard sound. Oh, I really do not know where to put the mountain because of the clouds, and then there's gonna be greenery on the side. This is just getting very confuzzling very quickly. We're gonna do it right here. Yeah, this is the spot. Is this the spot? I don't think it's the spot. I think it should have been right here. Yes, 1000%. My dad's cleaning the bathroom, and this is the music he's listening to.
And the time finally came to paint the clouds, the delicate, wispy clouds. But as this experience was going,
You know what? That reminds me. There was a Bailey J. Vlog, and in one of them, her husband was like in the shower, and she walked by, and he was singing. I think he was singing Hunchback of Notre Dame music specifically from this one French play that I watched a couple times, and I'm like, oh wow, that's a deep cut. The one that Severance YouTubers said sounded like fucking spa music, like. But sure, whatever.
going on, a great tragedy was approaching us. Closer and closer it came, until it was there. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that narration I just did, but yes, a very heavy storm came, and it got darker and darker, and you could see less and less, and it couldn't focus on me, and so I thought there was a ghost. But it might have just been that there wasn't enough light. That definitely was why. Because the skies have blessed us with such a beautiful storm, let's close our eyes and meditate. I'm serious, close your eyes. Do it right now. Thank you. Yes. Are your eyes closed? Yes. Yes, very nice. Okay, let's get back into things.
I can't close my eyes, I'm drawing.
That was a bad idea because I would hurt myself because there was hail and he was probably right, so I didn't, and I got scared and I didn't go in the rain, which probably was a good idea, but we're going to continue this now. Why did I just talk like I'm on TikTok trying to make a 1-minute vlog thingy? Oh my gosh. It's infusing into my being. Alright, let's continue.
The hard part about things as abstract as clouds is you can really go on forever. And I mean forever. You can look at this thing and be like, okay, I need to add shadowing there and then some highlights there. And then you can think that 100 times over and it never ends. As I continued this treacherous and never-ending battle, the day came to an end. The sun started to set, and my room got darker and darker and darker until I finally decided
This is an
it was time to
extreme
rest. See you tomorrow.
Ah, fuck, you're right. I don't even have my water on my table. Let me go get that. Hi, Mimi. You're alright. You're alright. Ah, okay, I got it. Delicious tap water.
Good afternoon. We're gonna do the mountain now. I'm not gonna obsess over the clouds any longer because it is not good. It's time to paint the mountain. For some reason, this reminds me of Tangled, and I don't know why. I think it has something to do with the color scheme, of course, because that makes sense why it reminded me of it. Like, it feels like Tangled, and I really like that.
I'm gonna tap into the teacher, philosophy type person self of me. Bob Ross said it himself, but it is so important to not want to control everything, okay? I sound so annoying, but I want to talk about this. I just want to feel like I have something to say to the world. My time's running out and I'm gonna be talking soon, so we're gonna get back to this, okay?
After the sea is magical, we're gonna go
Ew,
on
there's
to
a
the
button,
blue.
chat.
Let's just hope we can get the sea
Mods,
magical. I believe in
get
us.
his ass.
Do you? I do. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Let's talk about control. Who the freakity boopity boop do I think I am right now? Anyways,
Thank you.
Like water, okay? It doesn't have uniform. It doesn't follow a structure. It may definitely, actually most positively, have some crazy scientific molecular reasons for the things that it does. But at the same time, it is free flowing.
Oh my god, look at that water. That's gorgeous.
Okay? So when you
I
want to
paint water like that.
don't follow rules. Follow your heart. Okay, I am too much. You know what? No, I'm not. I'm the perfect amount of me. Doing me. Preach it, Anya. Yes, okay. Splattering, again, just like I was talking about, letting the paint take control. Oh, this is me going crazy. And I'm back. Alright, let's doing some scrumptious, yummy, delectable, don't know any other words, rocks on the sea, coming through the waves. They are strong rocks, okay? They face a lot in life of these big waves, hitting them all the time, but they're still there, standing strong, doing their thing, being themselves, not let anything push them down. Just like you. Yes. Okay, now, what am I doing here? Time lapse, trying to look cool, don't know what to say anymore. Oh my goodness, my brain, blank.
Oh my
I've lost your
goodness.
attention. Have I? Are you still here? Let me know.
Wow.
Can I just tell you something? We are itching towards the end of this painting. Yes, we are, but there are some struggles. This section, guys, did not work out. Well, it did, but it was rough.
This looks like a pile of nasty stuff. I don't approve of that. So I don't know what to do here. I want to make it look scrumptious, but it's not working. Looks like a blob. Oh, just a blob. No, I'm done for today, and see you tomorrow. Good night. It is the final day of this mess. It better be the final day of this mess.
It better be.
The most enjoyable and important stage, because this is going to bring the piece together. Because right now, yes, there's a mountain and a sea and some rocks in the sky, but does it feel unified? No. And that is what we're going to do. This is a very important, crucial part to this, okay? Without this, there wouldn't be a completed piece. Yeah, let's just get going.
I'm back again working at the clouds because it was really not it. It was not working. It did not resonate with the inner arteries of my heart. Not at all. They were pushing too much blood, too little blood. I don't know what was going on, but it just was not right. So I worked on that. Then it was too dark, and then I had to make it lighter. And then it just kind of looked really weird all around. But then I added a little cute little sun, and I added some highlights, and it started to work.
Big moment here. We're down to the last step. And that is to put the branch here in this corner from the mountain by the sea piece.
It was the end of the day. I put the branch on the wall in my room in my house, put little sticks on there, put some little leaves on there, made it cute, and I was done. There you have it, guys. Thanks for watching. See you another time. You're great.
Oh no! The painting is done! And just in tradition of the last video, we're gonna do a dance celebration. Ooh! Yes! 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 There it is! Woo! Am I planning on painting every single bedroom in the house? Maybe. I am. But I do want to paint like a forest scene in here, because we already have
Maybe,
one.
she
Why
says.
not do another one? But don't tell my mommy. Maybe she would say no. I don't know. Okay, bye!
Maybe I should follow a Bob Ross tutorial.
You know that thing that you always want to get better at but never have the time to actually focus on? Well, for me, that's painting. Since life always somehow gets in the way of me actually setting off time to paint, it's time for me to get away from life. Or something. I've been so lucky to borrow a cabin where there's no electricity, no water, but hopefully there will be time, because I'm staying there for an entire week. All by myself. My goal is to paint one painting every day I'm there, and to keep me focused, and to keep myself from thinking too much about the fact that I'm far away from society, all alone in a tiny little cabin where no one will ever hear me scream. Hans has made 5 challenges for me, one for every full day I'm there. And
I really like this one because she goes to some really cool cottages, like really cool, rather cabins in the woods. to
This
just
will
like
be,
paint and be
interesting.
secluded.
And by
I
the
wish
way,
I could
shut
do
up
that
again. You
sometimes.
thought I'd forgotten, didn't you?
Let's go here then.
Yeah, this backpack is heavy. What have you packed in there?
Snacks? I'm gonna miss you. I'm falling backwards. Bye! Well, I guess it's just us now. Into the forest we go. I've been walking for like maybe 10 minutes and I'm already dying because it's only uphill. I think this backpack is half my body weight or something. Hi. Oh, you want to be my friend? Alright. Oh, my ass is burning. Okay. Off we go. Alright, guys. This is it. I think for tonight I'm just gonna sit here and chill, eat my chocolate, listen to some audiobooks, begin painting tomorrow. There's one thing I didn't show you last night. Just look at this. And the cabin is right there. Alright, I think it's time to open day one, the first challenge. Real with a twist. This is challenge number 1. Weather permitting, go out and paint. Oh my god. I challenge you to add something to the picture that is not there in real life. Signed, Hansi. Oh, I'm really excited about this one. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. Just have a look at this. I think this can be a really beautiful motif. We got a very dark cloud headed our way. I think I'm just gonna pack up and go back to the cabin and then not be eaten by mosquitoes. We're packing up, boys. Seven hours later and I have a finished painting. Here we go. I mean, 7 hours is not very long for me at least to spend on a painting. I think I really like the overall composition. I'm fairly happy with the lighting. I like the river, but I think it lacks a bit in detail, and the trees I could have worked more on as well. I think I did fairly well on the first challenge at least. I think I'm just gonna grab a drink, sit at that little
Artist showing you a masterpiece and they'd be like, I could have done this part better though.
little bench at the outpost and, you know, enjoy the view. Now that evening comes, I can't help but think about this is how all the scary movies started. Just like, she was alone in the cabin in the woods. Little did she know that she will soon find out what else lives in the forest. I'm a bit nervous, not gonna lie. You know, this is probably the safest place on the planet. I'm not used to being alone like this and it makes me uncomfortable. Daytime is no problem at all being alone. The evenings are worse. I'ma head to bed, I think. Night everyone. You know, coffee was actually my #1 item on my packing list before going here. But anyway, before we get this day started, here's an ad for Trade Coffee. So I, like all other coffee lovers, hate that moment when you wake up and you realize you forgot to buy coffee and the morning is just ruined. But Trade Coffee makes sure that
the morning is
never happens.
ruined.
Because what they do is they match you to a coffee blend specifically made for your taste from one of the nation's top roasters and delivers it to your door. It's actually pretty nice and easy because on their website they have this
Oh,
quick
Mimi,
take where
don't be
you just
upset.
put in your coffee preferences and they will curate the matches for you specifically to your taste. Next, you just choose the delivery frequency and it will arrive fresh from the roaster. Then you can rate your coffee so Trade can continue to match you with coffees you love. I've been drinking this particular coffee while I've been here, which has been matched to my taste through Trade, and it's just really good. So if you think this sounds interesting, check out the link down in the description to get 30% off your first bag when you sign up. Free shipping included. And back to the video. Challenge number 2. The power of mood. Today you'll do something you haven't done a lot before. While experiencing figurative painting, the abstract is fairly uncharted territory for you. Oh shit. Use your mood and the atmosphere around you to inspire you to create an abstract painting. Signed, the Age Mage. Oh gosh, abstract painting. God, how am I gonna do this? I've never done anything like this before. I don't think I've ever painted one abstract painting in my life. This is gonna be interesting. If this turns out horrible, then it's fine because it's my first attempt at abstract painting. Okay, alright. Let's just go for it.
Okay,
New
all
day,
right.
new palette. You're the mountain I will climb today, and I will conquer you. I was just lying on the sofa looking at my painting and just finding things to improve, and I fell asleep. So I think just to wake up a little bit, I'm gonna go out and get some washing water from a nearby natural well. I have not been there before. Let's see if we can find it. Can this be it? I think this is it. Excuse me. Let's get back in. No. I soaked my foot. Gotta dry my shoes in front of the fire now. But at least we got washing water. I feel like it needs a little bit of something else. And I think these two colors will fit nicely with the rest of these colors. I'm just gonna put in a couple of streaks of these two colors, and after that I think we're done. As my first abstract painting, I'm fairly happy with it. Oh, I probably have someone in my family who wants this on their wall. I think I did a decent job. I'm happy with the composition and the kind of the light effect. I think it's kind of messy, at least down here.
I like it.
the
I think it's
street.
neat.
These paintings are just firing me up to do more. And especially with this weather, like, it's amazing. It puts me just in the mood. But I do have a lot of time for the rest of the night, and I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna do. Maybe paint some more in my sketchbook? That doesn't sound too bad. It's almost 10 o'clock now. It's really starting to get dark outside. And it's just so freaking quiet. I just feel like, when's the jump scare coming, you know? I think I've watched too many horror movies in my life to relax from this. That's it for me tonight. I'm gonna go to bed. See you tomorrow. Morning.
Ugh, that reminds me. I had another nightmare last night. It wasn't as bad as the one I had, a couple weeks ago, but I was like, man, please let me go back to sleep. My roommate made me a little, how would you classify this? She made me a little, mixture bag of, like, minerals and stuff that's supposed to help keep them away, and it worked for a little bit, but, like, oof. It's freaky. It wasn't even anything, like, serious, just, like, being stalked by, somebody that looks like the fucking antagonist from, oh my god. Discussion over dinner, yeah, that's what it was.
Open challenge 3. Oh my god, I'm so tired. The Simon challenge? Simon, what have you... Good morning. It's day 3 and you're experiencing real solitude and no contact with human beings. We have a common friend called Simon who showed particular interest in one of your paintings at a previous occasion. The painting you're painting today will be given to Simon and your only task is to paint something you think he'd like. Oh, and by the way, he'll come by the cabin and pick it up at 6 o'clock. He'll bring dinner, TikTok off. No! That's so little time! So, yes,
surprise commission in the middle of the woods.
10 hours.
You have to get it done before dinner.
Simon is a friend of ours who he's just an hilarious guy. I know that he really loves Lord of the Rings and just fantasy stuff in general, so it's really a no-brainer that is gonna be like fantasy themed. But I think since we have so little time, like effectively maybe 8 hours of painting, I really have to focus on atmosphere and lighting because that is going to kind of capture everything in this painting. I don't have time to do details, I don't have time to get hung up on things, so I really just have to decide on the composition, decide on the color palette, and just jump into it.
Did I not give her a little eye shine? Huh. I'm sure I was supposed to.
I'm fairly positive we can have a finished painting by the time he comes. I don't know about the level of detail, but I feel like I've gotten at least the atmosphere of the background right. But I'm feeling positive, surprisingly positive. And it seems like we got some visitors. It's kind of nice. They stroll by every now and then. But we don't have much time, so let's get back to work.
I have to give her, like, a little eye shine, though. I'll put it, like, right here. Yeah, that looks good. I can save, please.
It's like half an hour until Simon will arrive, and here it is. I'm very happy with the lights, actually. I think that's one of the things I struggle most with. In this one, that is fairly good. I'm pretty happy with this, actually. This is the painting I am most happy with so far. I don't feel that bad about giving it away. Because I don't want to give away something that doesn't look good, obviously. I'm hoping Simon will like it. We'll see. Oh, I'm wondering what he's bringing for dinner. Åh, pizza!
Han synes at på pizza.
Rykende ferskt fra staffeliet.
Er det den?
Det er den hvis du vil ha den.
Of course vil jeg ha den. Jeg har vært millioner et par år. Det var fint. Nice.
Jeg er glad du liker det.
Ja.
Det var en bit som manglet.
Hansi var så jævlig sulten. Han hadde så jævlig lyst til å spise opp pizzaen. Men det har du malt i dag?
Jeg startet liksom rett etter jeg sto opp.
Men når fikk du challengene?
Jeg leste den klokka 8 da.
Da er det pizza.
Da er det pizza.
Da tar vi oss pizza.
Showboys, snakkes! Simon just left and I gotta say it was really nice with just some human interaction. He also said he really liked the painting and even he's going to put it on his living room wall and I gotta take that as a huge compliment.
He better put it on his
center
wall.
of the home. I think that's really cool. I'm just really glad he liked it.
Honestly.
There are 2 days left. 2 more challenges to go, 2 more canvases to fill. It's so weird. It feels like I've been living here my whole life while at the same time just arriving at this cabin. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by this view. Just look at this. Absolutely gorgeous. So, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here for the rest of the night probably. Just chill, listen to an audiobook maybe. Challenge 3, success. Bring on the next one. Good morning to you. Let's open challenge number 4, light. Ooh. There are a few elements that captures atmosphere better than light. The challenge today is to paint something where the mood and atmosphere is completely defined by the light. Signed, Hansi. So light, huh? Interesting. I think I should go for a run. Use my body a little bit because I can feel it deteriorating. Let's flippin' go! But what a beautiful path this is. And up, up, up it goes. Ah! I always feel so much better after running. And now I'm even more excited about today's challenge. Light. Oh, it's such a good one. This day is gonna be great. Oh, hell yeah. A nice little snack on the way down. Oh, they're so sweet. Oh. Are there more? There's so much of them! I feel so much better now. I feel energized. I feel ready to attack this painting. What I have in mind is to make a painting of the inside of a building with a domed ceiling where you have windows along that domed ceiling that is going to bring the light towards a centerpiece that is going to be like a floating sphere. So let's bring out a new canvas. It feels so good to open a new one, just like I've just drawn up the outlines of the motif and I'm trying to look at it mirrored because sometimes just looking at it mirrored really helps you spot any mistake and also just kind of view your motif with new eyes. But I think this is looking good. So let's paint. It's already 8 o'clock. There's not that much left. I'm gonna add the lighting now, and then I have to do something to make the orb look a bit more interesting and three-dimensional. I'm guessing I have about 2 to 3 hours of daylight left. I'm hoping I can finish it before then, but I've had to start taking more breaks because my neck and shoulders are they're getting sore and tired after sitting for hours on end for the past few days, just painting in the same position really. Let's get back to painting. Good morning, everyone. I was up until pretty late last night trying to finish this painting. I'm not really happy with it. The problem is I guess I had too big expectations of what it could look like because I really love the concept. One of the things I don't like is this harsh line. I think that was not a good call. I think it would be better just with a soft line here because it doesn't really make sense that the light from the windows should make this hard a line. The gold look on these triangles I think is fairly good, but not these ones. Metallic, flat shapes, super difficult to paint. I think maybe one thing that could add to it and make it look more interesting would be particles, just to kind of give it a little more I'm just gonna add a couple of dust particles, sign it, and start today's challenge because we have a whole other painting to paint today.
There was a different video I watched. I don't remember if it was from her or a different creator that I watched, but they did this challenge of painting every day, but they went to like 3 different cabins instead of just staying at the one. I feel like it had to have been this creator, but I don't know. Anyway. Very cozy cabin, the one she stays in this video.
Next painting, next challenge, the last challenge. Challenge 5, finality. Except for morning coffee, is there anything better than the smell of victory? I don't think so. It's the final day of the painting challenge. If you've come this far, you should be proud. There's only one night left and this journey is at an end. So naturally, today, the topic is finality. The deed has been done, finished, completion. You're free to interpret that as you want. Good luck. Finality. I have no idea what to paint.
Hej Ronja, kom på besök idag. Så fin ut. Hi.
The owner of the cabin just dropped by. He was here yesterday too, just to drop off some materials for building. And he has the cutest dog, but also he brought gifts. And he told me there's cake and sweet cherries. It was just so sweet. And also I think I figured out what I want to paint. A warrior just walking away from her final battle, like with just a giant kind of monster in the middle of the mountains maybe, and there could be smoke and some fire, and while I'm doing that I'm going to enjoy this lovely gift. I'm starting to feel the difference between today as the last day of painting and the first day of painting. It's going a lot slower. Okay, I'm gonna go back inside, continue painting.
Yeah, she does.
I was
That's
just
funny.
outside to film the last little spatter effect drops, and there are so many mosquitoes. They just tried to eat me alive. But I finished the painting! And it's only 9 o'clock. It's not that late. Can't believe I finished 5 paintings of this size in 5 days. In addition to 3 paintings in my sketchbook, I haven't been this productive painting-wise since I can't even remember when. It feels so good. I'm so happy, and I'm so glad I pushed through, and I'm so glad I'm done. I'm not gonna paint anymore tonight. Just chill for the rest of the night. Enjoy the last night at the cabin. I would love to sit here and enjoy the evening. These mosquitoes, man. Oh my god, the mosquitoes! I'm going home today, guys! I'm gonna miss this place in so many ways, but oh my god, am I ready to take a shower?
Hale's here. What's it doing hailing over there in Texas? What the fuck?
So long, my friend. So long. Hallå! Hej. Är du svett? Ska jag ta då? Ja, tack.
Creel's evil twin, Hale.
It's good to see you.
He's not evil. He's just difficult.
So it's been about 2 weeks since I came back, and I've had some time to just take it all in, reflect on it. One thing I've noticed is that ever since I came back, I've been painting almost daily, or at least every other day. So I kind of feel like this experience has just kick-started my creativity again and my just motivation to paint in general.
He's just a little confused.
I had an art block where I wasn't happy with anything I painted, and I didn't have any inspiration, and just, you know how it is. But I think since Hansi made those challenges for me, I had to kind of get out of my comfort zone and paint things I wouldn't normally paint. And I don't know, it sparked something inside me. I don't know what, but something is alive, and I don't want to stop painting. And it's been awesome. But also being there and just waking up and knowing that the whole day is dedicated to painting without any distractions from myself or the outside world was pretty amazing. But I think if I didn't have those painting challenges, I would get bored really fast. I think if I started getting bored, I would be more inclined to go home early on. I feel like after being there, I've been more like, it sounds cheesy, it hasn't been like I have been reborn and now I'm a whole new person kind of experience, but more like a, hey, I'm not totally useless and I'm able to take care of myself kind of experience. You know? I don't know, it was nice to prove to myself that I'm able to be alone and just enjoy my own company. I would rate it 10 out of 10. It was absolutely awesome. If you made it all the way to the end, I just want to thank you for watching and make sure to subscribe if you liked the video. And finally, thank you so much to our patrons and YouTube members for supporting the channel, because you make it possible for us to make this content. Now, I'll see you soon with another project. Bye!
I really like her stuff. She's very cool. Channel is Nerdforge, for anyone interested. She kind of specializes in making medieval fantasy stuff. Oh yeah, it's my room.
That was completely unedited, by the way. Like, isn't it crazy that when I walk in my room, that song just plays? Anyway. Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. Today I'm going to be doing a very long-awaited room tour video. I've literally wanted to do this video ever since I started my account, so it's very long overdue, but I was always putting it off because I felt like my room was unfinished. Like, I felt like there was always more I can add and more I could do to it, and so doing a room tour at that point just felt like I was showing something that was incomplete. But then I realized that I'm probably never going to be finished with my room. I'm probably always going to be adding stuff. I got it to a point where I'm really happy with it, so I'm excited to show you all. I just want to really quickly say thank you so much for 10,000 subscribers. That is nuts. I have like a whole video for it, so I don't want to say too much here, but I just want to let you know that I'm so grateful, and it's just like I can't comprehend that like 10,000 people are willing to like watch my videos. It's a little scary. I also want to say that I'm not trying to brag in any way, shape, or form. If anything, I just want to give you some inspiration for your room or your space, and it took me a long time to get my room to where it is, so don't feel discouraged. You know, it takes time to build something that you actually like. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy, and let's get into it. So I guess I'll start with my door walk-in area. On the back of my door I just have jackets and clothing hanging up. I tried to keep like the blue-green color scheme. I have these plastic fish on my door frame. These are like the fish that you get with the bubble lamps, and I hate the color scheme and they just look really silly, so I put them on my door frame, I guess. Above my door I have my old games from my childhood, which I love so much. I organized them in rows by Wii, GameCube, PlayStation. Yeah, they're all my real copies. I'm just glad my mom decided not to donate them because they literally carry my room. To the left of my door I have some vinyls. These were actually my grandma's. You know, they were all her favorite artists, and of course good music taste runs in the family, so they're my favorite artists too. One day I just want to have a collection where I can play any artist, any song on vinyl, and I would die happy. I'd die a happy girl. Next I have my nightstand. I got all of my furniture when I was younger at like a random furniture store, so if you're looking for what kind of like dresser or nightstand these are, I have no clue. Yeah, I have my bubble lamp. I put these like plastic goldfish in it, and they were floating at the top, so I like attached little weights to them, and now they're just dead at the bottom, so that's great. I have a wave lamp. I have my iPad and my laptop. I have some SpongeBob Magic the Gathering cards on the wall because I think they're really cute and I love SpongeBob. And this is my remote collection, my plethora of remotes. You know, when you have a bunch of doodads and gizmos and gadgets in your room, you're also going to collect remotes to turn them all on and off. So this really special ring, hint hint, coming soon. I'm not gonna go in my drawers because it's not clean, and also yeah. This is a bag that I used through college, and now that I'm finished I just have it here because it's like a good memory. Now we're on to my bed, which is the best part. I love my bed. It's so comfy. So I got string lights and I have them going behind my bed, and then I put vines individually in between. Yeah, my bed is pretty basic. I have these lime pillows, which I really love. I've been trying to really incorporate green into my room, so I love these lime pillows. They just look so yummy. And then I have this little thing. This was my first doll. It literally says my first doll on it, and I got this when I was born. I sleep with her every night and I love her. She's so cute. This is like my inner child in a little doll. The sun coming through right here is like crazy. Now I move on to my like getting ready work station area kind of thing. So right now I'm currently taking a break, but I do have a small business on Etsy where I sell handmade polymer clay keychains, and so this is like the area that I would work in, and I have a bunch of shipping stuff down there. You know, I have like stickers, packaging, all that stuff, some shipping labels, and I have an air purifier for when I use resin. But I'm kind of living in between two places right now, so my polymer clay stuff is not here. So while I am in my room, I just use this as like a getting ready table. On the wall I stuck up some lovely products from Unjust Jewelry. Now it's time for the most anticipated part of my room, which is my desk. So this is my desk, if you haven't seen it. Starting at the left side, I just have this little cart that holds some of my polymer clay supplies, so I'm not going to go too much into that, but yeah, I also have a lamp back there. Then I have my monitors. These are Samsung curved monitors. This one is 144 hertz, and then this one is 60 hertz. I have a little lapras swimming there. I have a jelly candle that I thrifted. That's my Game Boy Advance, and my beloved clownfish cup. I love this cup so much. I have that Rabbit Tanaka bullet lamp back there. The motor broke like one day. I don't know how it broke, but I'm so sad about it. It's still just like a really beautiful color, so I'm not too upset, but yeah, I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out how to fix that. And then I also have a green lava lamp. I actually got this fairly recently. This is an Apple Watch charger, but it looks like an iMac G3. I just have a bunch of trinkets and paperweights. I have my snow globes. These are my Ocean Sunny Angels sitting on top of my jellyfish lamp. And then I painted this at the beach with like watercolors a long time ago, so I just kind of have that there. My keyboard is by Wamier, and this plastic thing came with it, like to protect it. I know people ask me where I got this from. And I have a little MSN guy on the dial, which is really cute. I have a nice little mouse pad and Aqua Mouse, of course. This is my PC. It's a pre-built from, I want to say like 2020. I'll put the specs on the screen in case you're interested, but it's definitely not optimized for today's, standards. I don't really play games anymore, so I'm not too mad about it. It does what I need it to do, and it was awesome while I was in quarantine. So I have a bunch of stickers that I've collected and some magnets as well. These were like when I first started doing polymer clay. Yeah, pretty much all of my older creations I just turned into magnets, that way I could display them. Up here I have my wave lamp. I have like some cream soda decorations, my Wii Sports, I have my fish lamp back there, some Wii remotes, and my Game Boy Advance. This is like my favorite detail. I have a MSN character on my power button so that every time I turn my computer on and off, I click the little MSN guy. Some more older games hung up on my wall back there. I just have like a bunch of like little decorations. Like I have plastic bubbles, I have plastic goldfish in bubbles. I did do a tutorial for that on my TikTok if you're interested. I know some people really like those decorations, and I do too. Yeah, my setup is in the closet. Here are my
Yeah, you know what? Oh my god. That's not how it's pronounced. Revenge of the Flying Dutchman kind of is a Fruitiger Aero aesthetically packaged SpongeBob game, because you have the blue ocean, of course, green Flying Dutchman on the front, and it's one of the few PS2 games that has a blue back to it. Pain in the ass if you have a certain PS2 model that doesn't read blue back discs, but it's pretty to look at. Ask me how I know.
shelves. I have my ocean snow globe, rainbow fish. I have hanging jellyfish lights that don't work anymore because they're the worst. Don't buy these. These are, they're just so not worth it. I have my dolphin wind chime.
Don't buy these.
Oh my gosh, I love this so much. It's so nice to listen to. And then on my closet shelf, I have a bunch of stuff up here as well. And then I just have a bunch of games stacked up here. I didn't
Hey,
really know
sweetie, how do you
put,
know?
so I just kind of stacked them all up.
Because the PS2 that I bought on Etsy, is one of those models that does not play blue back discs, so I couldn't play, Revenge of the Flying Dutchman on that. I think I borrowed the slim PS2 we had that I borrowed from, my sister. But, even more annoying, I couldn't play the Whiplash demo on it, because that is also a blue back disc. And I forget exactly what that means. It's like, it's more of like a CD quality reading game or something like that. I don't know, but I'm just like, man. So, didn't get a chance to play the demo. But I will one of these days. I have a bunch of the old systems, but I was also buying people broken systems for parts when they were cheap. Oh, hi, Darth. Yeah. I have to rebuild my console collection. I'm gonna get everything in blue and green this time if I can help it. I mean, I have a PS2, I have a new PS2. It's not as cool as my old one, but it does its job, so, it's fine.
Here's a look at some of the games, if you're interested. And then on the shelf above that, I just have some boxes. It's mainly all storage, so nothing interesting's up there. But yeah, that's my desk, my pride and joy. I put so much effort into making it into the way it is, and so I'm just really, really happy with it. Next to my desk, I have this little area, which I actually love so much. I have some vinyls and Nintendo 64 cartridges on the wall, and this is my Nintendo 64 carrying case bag. This is a jewelry holder from my grandmother
also very old. And yeah, in here I just have a bunch of jewelry, mostly from Unjust Jewelry, because it's pretty much all I wear. I have my TV on my wall. Above that I have an ocean tapestry. Here is my dresser area. I have my Memorex karaoke machine that I thrifted. It's like super busted, but it works, so who cares? Some more Nintendo 64 cartridges. This is another fish lamp. Some more games. I have a really cool pair of glasses. And this is my Digicam. I love this Digicam so much. I use it all the time. I have a CD player and I have some like fake grass, and these are also more of my clay creations from when I first started. I just always kept them because I knew I'd want to look back on them one day. My PlayStation clock, which is a recent purchase of mine, the battery
I need this
the clock
clock.
is so loud. I thought it wasn't loud when I first was
Look at how
using it, and it also
cool!
like cycles through all the colors, but for some reason it like flashes white and yellow. I have some more iPod shuffles. These were recycled for a project, but this one actually has my name engraved into the back. I don't know if you can see. But yeah, I just thought that was really cool because we bought like bulk of them. So they're just a bunch of people's like old recycled iPods. And it had my name, which I thought was really awesome. Another lava lamp. You know, you can never go wrong. Too many lava lamps. And then some more Nintendo 64 cartridges. Now onto this wall. I have some Windows XP wallpapers as posters, which I really love. And my shelves, these are my favorite purchase I think I've ever made for my room. They're just green acrylic shelves, but for some reason the material makes them glow, so they just look like they're glowing all the time, especially with my blue LED lights on. I have these kinetic moving dolphins, which are so nostalgic to me. It reminds me of like the book fair when I was younger. Some more games, just kind of on all these shelves. Skype fragrance, which is my favorite fragrance of all time. It's so good. Up here I have a bubble machine and my Nintendo Switch, and then Mario Party, my old DS, and jellyfish lamp. I also just have vines and goldfish bubbles and plastic bubbles hanging all throughout the ceiling, and I have some pictures of the underwater above my desk as well. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a thumbs up and hit
The vines and the
subscribe down
ocean
below.
themes with like all the blue and green is exactly how I wanted to decorate my room before I realized what this aesthetic was called. And since I've discovered it had a name, I've just been like indulging in it because it's so good. it's so good. I want this room.
Again, I'm really so grateful for all the support, and it's such an insane feeling to know that like I'm building something with people that also feel the same way as me. It's just amazing, and I wouldn't change anything for the world. I'm so grateful, and I hope I will see all of you in my next video.
Also, all the old tech and stuff. I was collecting
Can someone like me make an anime
cassettes for a little while. And just, I mean, obviously I'm a retro gamer, so there's a lot of old consoles that I've collected for, and just like old tech is just cool. But that's also a big part of that aesthetic, and I'm like, oh, okay. So me, basically. But I'm into a lot of things, not specifically that. I'm just kind of like a hodgepodge of a bunch of different aesthetics that I just put in one space.
anime in 24 hours?
Anyway, this is a crazy video. Same here. Yeah, I feel like that's most of us. I try to keep it on theme, but you like so many things, it's gonna get a little mismatched, I guess, but you know, that's just how it is. It's just how interests are.
Can someone like me make an anime in 24 hours? Probably not, but we'll try anyways. Hello fellow anime enjoyers. I'm tired of watching generic isekais. Anime has gotten stale, so I've taken matters to my own hands. If Gigok could make an anime, why shouldn't I? The only difference between me and him
All my
is the
lamps are old?
money,
That's cool.
status, connections, subscriber count, nothing relevant. The only thing I allowed myself to do before I started the counter was this small note block that took me 5 minutes, organizing the things I need to make. By the way, I won't be using any AI at all. I'm not here to make slop. So I started. And there it goes. It's counting, guys. It's counting. first step is ideas, and I had some great ones in store for this moment. I'm not good at drawing, so my idea is to make a comedy anime. So what kind of animes are the easiest ones to make? Isekais. What's the best and funniest thing you can do in an anime? Have fanboys. So we'll make a fanboy isekai. But I can't just make this a boring isekai rom-com. I'm a solo leveling enjoyer. I need some action and crazy stuff going on. Therefore, I decided that the fanboys will be at war with aliens. I want to animate explosions. As for the reason the main character gets isekai'd, I considered the classic truck-kun, but I don't want those lame tropes anywhere near my anime. So I thought, where do we find the most fanboys? And no, it's not in Poland, it's in Discord. So my genius idea was the following. Main character installs Discord, and when he opens it, he gets sucked into a portal to the fanboy world. This is basically my Discord server experience. You should join, by the way. Shameless plug. And it seems like it was going well, but then I remembered something I totally forgot while planning the steps. I need character designs. But we'll get to that after the ideas. So here's the main storyline. Main character installs Discord and gets isekai'd through a portal to a world inhabited only by fanboys. Then we'll get an opening or a title drop, depending on how much time I have. As the fanboys are in war against aliens, he gets mixed up in the conflict, ends up falling in love with one of the fanboys, but gets abducted by aliens and they throw him out in space and he dies. That seems like a good story for me. I still needed the names for the characters, and I don't know any Japanese names that wouldn't be copied from other animes, so I used the good old reliable Google. I know nowadays everyone replaced you with ChatGPT, but I'm here for you. So for the fanboy, I went with the gender neutral name, Aoi, one of my favorite characters from Danganronpa, and for the main character, I went with Ritsu, because I think it sounds cool. That's the whole reason. Now it was time to start writing the script. I could have installed Celtex, and I have another app to write scripts, but I didn't have the time, so my brain had to focus more in other problems. The good old Microsoft Word is good enough. So I did. I wrote the script. Took me like 12 minutes. It's basic, but we can work with it. I'll first make the character designs, and then I'll get more into the details of the script while I'm drawing the storyboard, so you can visualize it better. I had a masterpiece in my hands though. I had used less than 30 minutes, so we were in really good shape. Now I just had to make it come to life. First of all, I needed some references. Why is Gojo in half of the results? But I also needed some references that I could realistically draw. So I had to search for one of the best animes ever, Gekwan Handsome. A chin like this can turn the straightest man gay. So after the 2 references for Ritsu, it was time to get my hands dirty. Small disclaimer, I'm awful at drawing and I have no idea what I'm doing, so I apologize in advance. This looks ugly as hell, no. Anyways, I decided to make him the ultimate Sigma alpha male, gave him this rich boy necklace, a piercing, made him shirtless to maximize the Fujoshi bait, and I was ready to give him some colors. I decided to go with a purple gold color combo, plus stolen skin color from one of the Gekwan Handsome guys, and in no time we had the first character design finished. This looks amazing. Now the moment you guys were waiting for, the fanboy. Of course, I decided to get Astolfo as a reference, and I immediately started carefully crafting the hottest fanboy I've ever seen. I gave him some ahoge, a bow, a necklace, some cute clothes, and I was done. For the colors, some soft pink and blue always work nice for this, so that's what I did. And yeah, I used the exact same skin color as Ritsu. And that marked the first hour of our challenge. Now it was time to speed things up a bit and start drawing the storyboard. This is one of the most important steps, as it will basically be the structure for the entire anime. It's basically a simple sketch of each shot we'll animate. So it starts with him sitting in the chair, normal, then clicking and installing Discord. And for that I decided to do a kind of split screen showcase to make it more interesting. You'll see what I mean when I animate it. When finally opening Discord, a portal opens, he gets surprised and sucked into the isekai, and the title drop comes in. Then I decided to make that one effect with the character POV opening his eyes to the fanboy world. I have the perfect green screen effect for this, so I can save time to animate more complicated scenes. Then I decided to give a shot to establish the new world in its entirety and leaning a bit more into the sci-fi aspects. Then he walks to one of the fanboys and asks where the hell he is. The fanboy, Aoi, is surprised but happy to see him because in this world, all alpha males had died a century ago. Basically just a bunch of shots of them talking, nothing crazy. I don't have time to innovate the dialogue techniques or anything like that. Then the aliens appear while they're talking king and start bombing the city. Sorry if this looks kind of goofy, I swear it will look better when I make the actual thing. This is just the rough idea. Aoi grabs Ritsu's hand and they run away together, falling in love while looking at each other's eyes. And yes, I got lazy and just wrote that part instead of drawing, since it's quite simple. I already regret it though, because I have no idea what I meant with ECS. Extreme close-up shot? I don't know. They go inside an underground bunker, then I spent like 2 minutes trying to figure out how to make a nuke not look like a male genital. And then an over the shoulder with the main character going down the stairs and asking Aoi what's going on. I feel so smart using terms like over the shoulder and extreme close up, etc. For the next dialogue, I only made one of the shots because the rest will be kind of similar, but it's Aoi telling him about the aliens, the Azurian fans, trying to kidnap every single fanboy in the planet. A war that has spanned over 40 years already. Then he mentions all he did was install Discord, but Aoi tells him how Discord was an old mythical weapon granted by God. Unfortunately, the aliens managed to destroy the entrance and start abducting Aoi, but he saves her and sacrifices himself, being taken to the spaceship. And then he's thrown away to space like in Among Us. So that was all I did in the first day. Yeah, I'm not pulling an all-nighter for this stupid anime. I'll be back for it tomorrow, which will be a second for you guys. This is the part where I started regretting this idea a lot. As you know, anime needs to be in Japanese, but I can't get other people to voice act for me, so yeah. Google Translate for the win. Koko wa doko ni iru? Nani ga okotte iru no? I won't even show you much of me recording it. I swear I don't know how voice actors survive without dying of cringe. I know it's worse for me because I'm being a poser and trying to speak a language I don't know, but even if I speak na minha língua materna, I'd cringe a lot saying these things out loud. So I finished recording the lines, cut all the bad takes, and went for a more fun and less painful part, the music. For those who don't know, I make music as a hobby, currently working on uploading some of my songs to Spotify, like the Hot Strong Sigma from the Bingo, but I usually also share them on my Discord. To the 5, to the 6, to the 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. First, I made the soundtrack, some intense parts for when the portal opens and for when the aliens attack the city and the bunker. Alright, seems good enough.
Man, when
Now
did that
the ending
happen? Stupid gnat in my coffee. Despite it
I'm
having
not
a
good at
lid.
making J-rock songs, but I tried my best at making an instrumental that could maybe sound like an ending, and of course I'd sing it in Japanese. Then
It
the
was
last part
cold,
was mixing
so-
it, and we had an ending.
Not a huge loss.
Now, before I animate, I decided to draw the backgrounds, to then only have to really focus on the movement and stuff like that. Small problem, I spent almost an hour making the first one, then I noticed I'd have to be like 5 times faster than that if I wanted to finish in time. So I started speedrunning a bit. I still put some considerable effort in the next few ones, just not with the same 4K Ultra HD rendering that the first one had. The first ones from the fanboy world also took me quite a bit, especially with these buildings, but I wanted to at least show some of the atmosphere and coolness of the world I put a lot of effort in. And that took 5 minutes to make. I swear to God, some of my lines are way too wobbly, even while using a drawing tablet. At least the straight line tool exists to save me. Overall, things were going quite well. I did procrastinate a bit whenever I could, and made the background just the sky or a basic wall, but some I put more effort. Even if the end result wasn't the best. This is supposed to be heaven. I'm a failure. After 20 backgrounds and many occasions of getting distracted by Discord, I finished the backgrounds, with little over 16 hours left of the challenge. This might sound like a lot, but the animation part will take ages, trust me. The very first scene took me 1 hour and 30 minutes to animate, and it was just a scene of a guy sitting on a chair. I can only imagine how long fight scenes and stuff like that take to make. It's also been a few months since I last animated stuff, so I was a little bit rusty. I'm terrible at anatomy, by the way, if you didn't notice. And all that time to end up with this. Better or worse than One Punch Man? Let me know in the comments. The second shot also took a long time to animate, but at least this one was kind of a 2-in-1, with the mouse and then the clicks to install and open Discord. Still, 1 less hour for the challenge. Fortunately, those two were easier to make, and I'm actually kinda slightly proud of my hard work here. Maybe one day Mappa and JC staff will see my true talent. For the following two, the portal opening and him getting surprised, I didn't put much effort in because I was kinda pissed off, and I'll tell you why. So I had a video which was the seasonal anime bingo, where I went through my anime list looking at the seasonals that were going to come out last year, and for some stupid reason, YouTube confused that with me promoting and showing how to commit piracy, so they deleted my video. I asked for a human review, but 5 minutes later it was rejected. Mind you, there's no way a real human saw my full video in 5 minutes. It had to be another stupid AI scan. I also tried contacting the YouTube support team and they were like, yeah, no, can't do anything. But I insisted, and now I'm waiting for the higher ups to check my situation. P.S. At the time of recording the script, they finally reinstated my video and all is fine. Yay! Anyways, moving on, I also finished the shot of him getting sucked, which was quite fun to make, and the result is decent enough, at least compared to some of the other atrocities I've made. And we were halfway through the challenge. 12 hours gone, 12 more to go. Now in the femboy world, we got that first shot pretty easily, the one with the femboys walking around. To save some time, I also decided that the part showing the entire city will be just a classic zoom out, which I'll just do in the editing phase. I also did those shortcuts whenever I could to save some time. Overall, things were advancing pretty well, with more cut corners than One Punch Man Season 3, but at least I have the excuse of being only one guy who is not an animator and also only had 24 hours to make the whole thing. When I reached the scene with the aliens, I was like, why not just do whatever I want? Nothing can go wrong, am I right? So we ended up with this abomination and this goofy alien attack, which took me 1 hour and 30 minutes. And with 7 hours left, I was starting to get a bit worried and I had to start racing against the time. I think it's safe to say I won, because time can't be racist. Despite the time pressure, I still managed to hold on my dignity, the little that's left at least, and still make some smooth movements. Of course, it's nothing crazy, but for a guy like me, it's a win. With that said, I was 6 hours away from the end of this journey now. I had it in the bag. The rest was easy, but I was also getting a bit tired, so I might or might not have started trolling a bit to finish animating faster. After rendering the last scene, I was ready for the last step. My 4 main tasks with editing were piece everything together, add the voice lines and sound effects, add music, and make the subtitles. I also had to make some effects for the text in the end credits, but nothing crazy. Now it's just exporting and it's done. At the end, I actually still had 1 hour left in the timer, but oh well, better one more than one less, right? I can use it to watch some JoJo's before the new part comes out. Anyways, here's the final result of this masterpiece.
Yeah, let's see it.
Nani? ここはどこにいる？何が起こっているの？元気かい？アルファソはみんな1世紀以上前に死んだんだよ。説明する時間はありません。ついてきてください。あれらは誰ですか？なぜ攻撃されているのですか？アズリアンのファンは内人で地球上のすべてのフェムボーイを誘拐しようとしている。この戦争は40年以上も続いている。アズリアンのファン、エイリアン、これは夢。
Big flood incoming, what?
ディスコードにスタートしたばかり。何をしたんだ？ディスコードは30年前神が私たちの一人に授けた神話の武器だ。あの時はもう少しで戦争に勝てるところなのに。私たちのために戦うのエリアン我々に敵対
Still better than many fanfictions on a particular fanfiction site we all know exists. I like seeing people do like challenges like this. Like, I
Yep,
can't even...
24 hours for 2 minutes of crappy animation and cringiness. I definitely won't do this again. Unless we reach 2,000 likes in the video. Subscribe if you don't want to lose any of the next videos. Become a member to help me, or send me some bucks through Ko-Fi, which doesn't take any percentage of your donations, unlike YouTube. Thanks to...
Yeah, hush. Well, I'm glad that the hail stopped, but like... Is there anything I can do for you? Like... Are you gonna be okay? It's like, what was this storm all of a sudden? Like, Jesus.
To all the members who are currently supporting the channel, thanks for the cool fan arts you've been making. If you want yours to appear here, just send it in my Discord server, and see ya!
Has this ever happened to you?
I guess, but like, just keep me informed on what's going on.
What's up, nerd? We've all been there. Right? Picture it. I was sitting there in my blanket pupa, watching Frankenstein with Nick, thinking, should I make that? No. And then Justin in the group chat mentioned that he's dying to make that Crimson Angel statue character.
The Frankenstein with the cool ass coat, I should add.
Not even a nudge, just a little that I needed.
Frankenstein
to
monster,
push me
sorry.
over the edge of actually making this costume. I am going to attempt to make the creature played by Jacob Elordi. I need to make it,
Yeah.
or I will simply combust. Shall we dig in? I always find it helpful when starting a new cosplay to break it down piece by piece.
Where is my severed hand?
First things first. Design. Right, there's a ton of reference images and behind the scenes photos of Mia Goth's dress, but not a lot of the creature. Specifically, I'm doing the version of his costume after he picks up the soldier's coat. It's been a little bit of a challenge in that regard, but let's talk about what you can see and what I have gathered.
The coat that he grabs off of the ground is definitely sort of like a Civil War-esque coat. Made of leather, but I'm gonna opt for making it out of wool to make it a little cheaper. It is weathered to perfection. On the back, there's this really cool spinal cord detail left over by the skeleton that he nabbed it off of. The ultimate goal of this is to wear it to a convention, so practicality in this case is a huge priority.
Welcome back. Shh. Now we can break it into the components. Obviously, the coat, which is what I'm gonna do first. The important part of this costume is the makeup, the wig, and the height. I did order boots that have an 8-inch lift, making me about 6'5", which is Jacob Elordi's height. I'm hoping I can cover this gigantic lift with just slapping a bunch of fake fur on there, and Bob's your uncle. William Frankenstein's your uncle. I have ordered a bunch of facial prosthetics. The hair, I have come up with a bit of a convoluted plan. Behold. So instead of making this with a bald cap, what I'm going to try to do is a more reusable situation because this is a cosplay, I want to wear it more than once. And the easiest way that I thought I could do this is... Ooh. It smells like caterpillars.
Oh, I forgot about this part.
Kind of
Oh
like a bald
no.
cap hat. I quite liked the description of this online. Just looking at his brows, you will feel his angry. If that last line isn't just a description of the movie, I don't know what is. See you on the other side.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
No.
No. It's the beady eyes looking back at me. I hate it. Oh, I'm claustrophobic. We're gonna chop off 90% of this. hit that. That way we can attach the wig hair on top of this, plop it on every time I need it. Is it gonna work? You know better to ask me that. I don't know. On that note, I'll show you the facial appliances.
So obviously I do not have the silicone pieces that are tailored to my face like they did in the movie. So quite appropriately, I'm going to Frankenstein a few pieces. I've got a square jawline, a zombie eye right and a zombie eye left, and then an aquiline nose. Putting these all together should hopefully give the effect that we desire.
That was a lot of preamble. There's a lot of different
That
parts
coat
that
would
go
be
into
late
this.
mid
Now we can
to
actually
late
get started.
1700s,
We are
early
going to start
1800s
with the
from
coat.
what I know
truly
from
thought
character
about just
design
taking an
research.
existing coat and modifying
Ooh.
it. That would save me a lot of sanity and time. And I saw some coats that were like almost perfect
Good to
online.
know.
The coat that he grabs for some reason is floor length on him being 6'5". So that is a very tall soldier that he happened to just pick this up off the ground. But hey. All of the coats that I could find weren't going to be long enough. And if they were floor length, that would be just on my height. But I'm going to be much taller, so I need it to be even longer than that. I want to have full control over the shape, the movement of this. I struggled a little bit with material. Joanne is no longer with us. I did some searching on fabric stores in my general area, and I found one in Boston. So we headed there because it was very important for me to actually feel the fabric. Here it is. 8 yards of a very, very thin wool material. It's kind of like felt, deep blue. I will be weathering this probably beyond recognition, but if you look at some of the reference photos without color grading and stuff, it is quite blue. A good base to start with. The pattern I'm using is this one. I'm gonna need to
In the game I'm working on, people come from different times, so they model their outfits after the times they came from in the world they live in now. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I like that.
lengthen it and also add that little like capelet on top. This was around $80, I think. So definitely not cheap, but could have been way worse. Let's get started.
Let me tell you right now, this pattern is huge. Then had to figure out how much length I was adding onto this in the most scientific way possible. In the end, I decided 6 inches length extra would work.
Okay, so I'm changing this a little bit. The piece for the back is supposed to be 2 pieces, so it kind of has that like nice seam down the back. But I think one of the coolest parts of this coat is that it has that spinal cord detail. I really want to do that. I'm pretty sure there's no back seam for that. So I'm just gonna put this on the fold so that it's one big panel for the back, and then the spinal cord can go right down there.
This is about when I realized me and the creature, we're really not so different.
I'm gonna sew this all together, and I'll see you tomorrow. This thing is absolutely ludicrous. Yep. Every single animal, dander, or hair that was in this house.
There's a class of character called battle fashionistas that hunt animals looking for particular materials to work with on their own. Oh my god. That's crazy. Because being a fighter does not mean fashion has to die. Yeah. That's really good.
House. It's now here. She's big. As she ought to be. Quite nice. It's like a big blanket. Goodbye. Big sewing day today. I need to get the base of this done so that we can start weathering, because I think that process might take a little bit. So much real estate of fabric here. My next steps: sleeves, collar, the little cape. It's gonna be so destroyed by the end that I'm not gonna go too hard on myself.
No.
I decided to just drape the little capelet on top because it is sort of just like a skirt, and so I just decided the length that I wanted and just tried to cut as across as I could. Alright, fabric stash time. When thinking about the collar, number one, I'm gonna need some interfacing. And then, I'm not sure how important this is in the long run, but it's gonna bug me if I don't do it. The inner side of his collar, definitely like a suede, very, very distressed leather hide. So I don't have a lot of suede, but what I do have is this box of leather that someone sent me. Their partner took apart a couch that was being thrown away. On this side, it's this suede material, so I'm wondering if I can use this. But first, I am modifying the collar pattern piece just a little bit to make it just a little bit more dramatic.
So many details.
I was a little nervous bringing this to my machine because it was pretty thick, but hey, she did beautifully. My little trucker. Finally, I had enough of all the pieces to put together the coat, and oh my god.
Oh, you caught me pondering. Step into my office. Today, I want to figure out the spinal cord detail. My guess is that they wet formed the leather around, a spinal cord, and it just remained that shape. Since mine is not leather, we have to get a little creative. Enter Hermie, my beloved friend and dungeon dweller. If we take a look at his anatomy, much like the coat, the neck bones protrude smooth until this part of the spine. The question is, do I make spine pieces or do I harvest it from our friend here? It would make me kind of sad, but it's for science.
These pieces, as is, were not as dramatic as I was hoping, but thankfully a very important item appeared in the mail. The art book for the movie came in, and I cannot tell you how important this was for the rest of the process. Because of the lack of reference photos online, having these detailed, high-quality photos was such a game changer. Armed with the information, I decided to make the spinal cords a little bit more dramatic, wearing proper PPE, of course. I'm already chock full of microplastics, I don't need any more. Okay. I also switched up the anatomy a little so the longer piece goes up top and the shorter piece down below. Taking my favorite thing, epoxy sculpt, which is part A and part B. It is very, very important to get equal parts and mix it all the way, which when you have the wrist strength of a fettuccine that's been at a water park all day, it's quite difficult.
Eventually.
But once it's all mixed together, it sticks like a dream, and you just kind of put it on there, mold it, and let it set overnight. Woo-wee, we're already fighting the daylight here. I love winter. I am going to do the majority of the weathering tomorrow, but right now, we can at least. I'm just gonna make everything super rugged, cut off probably a decent portion of the bottom, and then the handy dandy book. Copy the tiny little holes everywhere. Let's get destructive. I gotta say, it was weirdly therapeutic to destroy what I just spent so much time making. I finished it out, and then the next day I focused on kind of the boring details. I needed to make the belts in the back and then the pockets. Switching back to the spinal cord detail now that the epoxy was all set, it was still quite difficult to tell what this was going to look like, so I decided to just give it a go. I did this little by little, applying hot glue and then immediately putting the fabric over it. And
it seems to have passed. Mariah still in panic mode. This stream's been comforting during all this. I'd love to hear vids like this in the background while you're in my room working. Yeah, I'm glad I decided to dig through my, my MISC, playlist of, like, artsy things and, like, just throw stuff in here. We're getting kind of towards the end of it, and I wanted to go for at least another hour, so I might pop in there and put some more things in.
And forming it to the little shapes. And then just covering up the back with an extra scrap of fabric so that it wouldn't scrape against my back. I was really not sure this was going to work, and I was quite pleased, as you can tell by my totally normal reaction.
Oh, that's so cool. Wow.
That's so cool. Yeah, Rachel's another creator that I watch a lot.
AKA.
And she's still pretty active. I just hadn't watched her videos in a while, but she's really cool.
Is nearly complete. We still have to do the details and stuff. I am going to weather it first. I'm just gonna stand on my tippy toes. So what does weathering this mean? Essentially, it means painting. Normally when I am weathering something to look old, aged,
Actually, she did a video that I should have put in here, because like the Nerd Forge video where she goes to the cabin to paint for like 7 days or however many days, Rachel did a video where she tested out 3 different pocket-sized paint kits and went to 3 different locations to paint stuff. I should have put that in here. You sure watch a lot of babes. Well, I don't know, it's a nice change of pace from like all the dudes that review games and stuff, I guess. Like the other usual content. I follow a lot of creative women.
Destroyed. There's a lot of sanding and ripping and tearing. The thing about this that is very specific to this project is that since the original is made out of leather, there's not a lot of fraying and texture going on. These kind of cartoony tears are actually what we need. I just need to start painting this entire thing, which is a little daunting because it's a lot of real estate, okay? Completely match
a lot of real
the
estate.
reference photo, both in color and in Decimation. This coat is meant to look like...
Yeah, hold on. I am gonna do that. I'm gonna put in... That's the wrong channel. I'm gonna put in, the watercolor video, and I'm gonna put in the, Christine McConnell snake couch. And, I don't know. Who knows what else I'll add? Okay, let me see if I can find it. Watercolor. Yeah. Oh yeah, she did like 2 different videos of that, okay. Okay. Yep, okay, and then this one. Where is it? Am I crazy? I know I saw her make this. Dad fell asleep in the car during all this. What the hell? What the f- Oh my god. Wait, is this it? Wait. Is this it? Let me see. Yeah, this is it. Oh yeah, this is cool. Okay. Yeah, sorry. That sounds about right for most guys I know in life. This has turned out to be a wacky night. Storms in my babe streaming babe. Well, alright. But yeah, that is crazy.
Hope you saved recently.
I did save recently. We're alright. I will probably get up briefly after this video and, like, stretch. And then I will be back to this. Oh no, I have to... That's annoying. Okay, hold on. If I refresh, are my new videos gonna show up? Yes. Okay, good. No, that's not where I wanted that. Let's put this here. Put this, yeah, I'll put this right here. Okay, there we go.
Kind of cartoony tears are actually what we need. I just need to start painting this entire thing, which is a little daunting because it's a lot of real estate, okay? Completely match the reference photo, both in color and in decimation. This coat is meant to look like it was laying on the...
You get a little taste of what I like to watch.
The grime. Final step.
Minus the
highlights,
doll customizing videos.
Bringing out the
That's a whole other can of worms.
And then, as a final step, I have purchased weathering powder. Hello. Flores. And then, next, like tree powder. Is a little chunkier. To make model trees and model moss. Oh, look. Looks like a little rainforest in there. After everything is properly weathered, I'm going to spray adhesive. Just gonna try dabbing it on there. Delectable details. Are you really in your 30s if you don't bend over and make your own sound effects? Crazy thing about this is that this coat is probably the most professional thing that I've made. And now what I'm going to do to it.
You know what's funny too? Both Rachel and Nerd Forge, I don't know her actual name off the top of my head. They have both
Lately, I
made
just find
videos
with
where they make
any
a suit
kind
of armor.
painting project, I inevitably end up using my hands.
So, like, that's neat.
I yearn for the finger paints.
Say hi.
Hello, it's me.
Right. So it's pretty hard to see the difference if, you know, you go like this, kind of the difference, which I think is pretty tangible. I'm gonna take, it's like a light gray. I don't want to go quite white because I don't want it to be too crazy. Take a brush, put the slightest bit of that on there. Start putting it on kind of like the edges here, theoretically, where things would kind of wear out. Let's go. It's time to do a little experimenting. In my head, this makes total sense, but I've got my spray adhesive and my moss. Web spray adhesive. Oh, might be more of the Spider-Man variety. That will do, pig. It's working. Cool. This is a problem that this won't go away, but oh, I see. And then I go like that. Yeah, okay.
I have a few character designs I want to make cosplays for, but I have to find people with the right frame, size, and shapes who want to go to conventions. Making armor cosplays has always looked fun. Yeah, I've always wanted, like, my own armor set. Well, good luck with that. I know how difficult that can be. There's some cosplays that I wish that I could do. I've only really done one successful cosplay. And that was my Redmond. From Whiplash. I was so proud of that. And I kind of want to do Spanx one day. But I have sort of like a to-do list of characters I'd love to cosplay as. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Just, especially if it's like a project where I have to make stuff. I really have to be in the right mindset for it or it just won't get done. Some cosplays I'd like to make would only work on shorter people to match the energy of the character. Yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Severn.
Well, that's kind of a mess. Probably should have done this first, but
it's kind of a mess.
I've never done this before, so.
Eventually found my groove with spraying it on first and then dabbing it to make it kind of tacky and then sticking whatever I wanted to it. It ended up looking like my fingers had their own biomes, but you know what? I think it was so worth it. This came out so cool.
Good morning. It is the last day. The photo shoot is tomorrow. And here's some pictures of the location that we're gonna go to. So that means today we need to finish everything else. Something did come in the mail. Oh no.
Oh.
Ooh, so specifically, this smells like back to school shopping at Payless. The one time a year you would get a new pair of shoes. Sweet, sweet adolescence.
Oh no. It's probably not good for someone who's afraid of heights. Okay. I'm a big brave girl.
Whoa. Oh, man, maybe they should be my dusting shoes. Oh, I don't know if I like my house from this angle. Runway walk. These are actually like really easy to walk in. Sure hear me coming though. Holy hell. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to. Here's the thing. I will definitely wear these when I go to a con for this location. Whoa. Due to my sense of self-preservation, I'm gonna wear my lesser tall boots so I can traverse and pose and not worry about absolutely snapping my ankle bones in twain. Yeah. Whoa. That's a long way down. What else needs to happen today? I need to work on the wig, my experiment of our friend here. So handsome, so angry. Something else I've been pondering. Girthy pecs on this bad boy. I think I bought this for when I was gonna revamp my Jack Sparrow. It is so heavy. Thoughts? Maybe I can use this, only maybe like so that that can go under my shirt and I don't have to paint the chest every time.
Oh no.
So nasty.
I started sketching out just the areas that I wanted to keep of this mask, which is really just the outer forehead parts. And then taking a very old Daenerys wig that I don't wear anymore, I chopped off the tiniest little blob.
So I looked up the timeline, and the movie is set about 20 years after those cloths would have been common. Whoops. Well, she did say she was, using different cloth from the actual, source that she's making, just so that it would be cheaper. But, yeah, whoops. Yeah. The costume design was really, really good, though.
Blonde highlight. Then, after modifying the hairline of the wig a little bit so that it's more asymmetrical, secured the wig to the mask with hot glue. In hindsight, I don't recommend doing this because hot glue does not stick to rubber very well. I would do this with super glue. Oh my god, is that Jacob Elordi? This was already horrible to touch, but you guessed it, cutting through it felt even worse. Then it was time to do his fur boot wrap, so I just grabbed a couple fabrics from my stash and I made long strips. Nothing fancy here, I just glued them together. Then came the trials and tribulations of trying to paint the silicone chest piece. At first I tried using the silicone pigments just on their own, and then realized that you can't use that on your own and that it wasn't drying and it was not going to work. So then I tried mixing it with the silicone caulking that we had, and it kind of worked. Did not really end up staying though, I'll show you eventually, but I definitely have to figure something else out. Moving on to the final details, adding the buttons. And once those were weathered, it was time for the makeup transformation.
It is very early. Y'all ready to rock? I am quite scared that it's not gonna look cool or work out at all. 2 eyes, nose, jaw.
But that makes sense
Perfect.
considering
There's
the
a
finances
cream,
of many
which is
scientists
going
at
to
the
help
time
me
and their
blend those edges.
expenditures. That's also true, yeah.
Skin flap. my brand.
They can afford it.
Hot. Who is he? This mysterious creature. My Prose cream is not looking great. Oops. Guess we're not using Prose cream. Hee hee ha ha. To seal all the appliances, I used Pax paint, which is a mix of Prosade and acrylic paint. So I just chose a color that was gonna kind of match what I'm doing in the end. Why do I always just end up feeling like handsome Squidward? Every time. Going over that with some powder to make it less sticky, and then the wig. Normally I save this for last, but because this has prosthetics built into it, it needed to be a part of the process. Oh, I'm so scary. Then it was foundation time. I used Sunset Makeup white foundation. I'm not really in love with how this came out. No matter how many layers and how many powder layers in between, it was just too translucent. Who's that guy? Bitch, it's me. That was actually the creature's first words. They got it wrong in the movie. That's the actual Shelley lore. Then came the fun part of figuring out where all of his little jigsaw pieces went, so I was just following different angles of his reference photos.
Yes! Yes, it's coming together!
And then adding all of the different colors of the skin. Sarah's about to see how beautiful I am. Oh shit! Beautiful, huh, girl? Sorry for kind of speeding through this, but I was just shading and trying to match as well as I can. And also a little glamorous secret, I went over the lines with a bright red
If she added ash to it, the color would have come out as she wanted it.
Those look crunchy. They are. The idea was for the hair to be wavy, but it didn't really work because it's a synthetic wig, so I think next time I'm gonna braid it and steam it. So I did a few more finishing touches, and then finally it was time, after 2 hours, to get dressed and head to the reveal.
Why is that the way it is? That doesn't look right. Oh my god, look at how cool! Ta-da! Alright, my friends. You know the drill. Wrap up. What went well? What didn't go well? In this case, what I'm going to fix before I wear this to a convention, probably Katsucon. I am actually very proud of myself for this. This really does feel crazy that I made this. Like, this looks like a real coat. And I made it, which is pretty cool. And all I did was follow a pattern. Really love the coat. I love the weathering. I think the moss came out really cool. And now, as a little bonus, it has real dried mud
on the bottom. I think the back is really freaking cool. I still have a few more things I want to add to this. Like I want to add the gold trim, darken the inside of this so it's not so bright blue. I need to figure out a way to make the boot wraps work with the very tall boots. This is what I wore to the photo shoot, as you can probably tell. And then this is what I'm gonna wear to the convention. We've got a little bit more boot to hide. I'm not worried about it. People are not looking at your feet during a convention. And if they are, little freaks. None of my business. The makeup and hair, there are a few tweaks I want to do. I need a better white base. It was on there really good. It took a very long time to take it all off my face. I should probably invest in some Prozig remover. The chest piece, I need to figure something else out for the convention because number one, wearing silicone on your skin is probably the worst feeling in the world. Slippery and sloppy and gross and sweaty. And my silicone paint idea did not work. It held up fine for the photo shoot. It's not looking too good right now. I can't believe I've really only been working on this for a little over a week. It was not my initial plan for this month, but once I saw the film, it slapped me with some inspiration. I hope you enjoyed. As a reminder, I am taking the entire month of December off. I will still be active with 2 or more videos over on Patreon.
You really watched the movie and was like, I have a mighty need!
I'm taking a break, y'all, for the first time in 10 years.
And I was also
See
kind of
you
like,
in January. I hope you have a lovely holiday
ooh,
season.
character
Be safe,
inspo?
Eat lots of gingerbread and potatoes. I love you very much, whether you're new or old to this channel.
I watched the movie and I was like, I'm stealing that jacket for an older
If you're
character
new here
design.
and feel
I
like
need
sticking
it.
around, feel free to subscribe. I upload every other Friday, and we have fun here. And I will see you in my next video.
Goodbye, Victor.
Ew. You got something just there. Yeah, I got it. Is that it?
And you had your back. I have expected you to do like the John Travolta. Is this your crib?
What's up, MTV? This is my crib.
Do I get an Oscar? You get the Oscar Isaac. Now show us that monster peen. Who's that wonderful girl? Could she be any cuter? If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits?
Oh, hi. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Closer. Closer. I'm overwhelmed.
She's overwhelmed.
Yeah. It's that time again where I have maybe bitten off a little bit more than I can masticate. Welcome to my little experiment. One of my favorite videos I've ever done when I just went out and did my little travel painting. Selfishly because it's an excuse for me to just go out and be a child of nature. So what I've gone ahead and done is ordered 3 different travel watercolor kits in varying sizes and varying prices just to see what works best for me. Scientific research, while also allowing me to forego all of my responsibilities and just sit out in a field, possibly squeeze in some frolicking in there. Oh, we'll see. Let me show you my current setup. For the past few years, when we...
Oh shit, I said I was gonna get up for a second and stretch. I completely forgot. I got sucked into the video already. Okay, yeah. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Getting right back into it.
Travel anywhere, I like to do a little travel painting. Why am I out of breath from going from one room to the other? Whoa. And my current setup looks something like this. Kind of bulky, right? So it started just this. My little notebook. My watercolor palette that has definitely seen better days. And then, hold on, wait. Let me unsheath it. Watercolor, paintbrushes, pencils, so I can mark out what I'm doing before I actually do it. Let me show you the 3 things that I ordered. Right, so let's start with what I will affectionately dub Big Bertha. Comes in a fancy case. Pretty expensive. So this is my top of the line. 265 schmackaroos, which is more than I like to spend. I just wanted to see if the more you paid for something, if it was any better quality or not. Okay, whoa. Box within a box. Unearthing secret. How do I open you? Yeah. This comes. What? Huh? Oh, I take it back. Go back in. So this one, I need to go buy watercolor. Whoops, sorry, my mic wasn't on. Ha ha ha. That's that. We will go more into that when we use it. Next, obviously, is much simpler. Just this cute little wooden case. Cute. So it already has paint in it. Love that. Comes with its own little paintbrush pen. And then this, and it all clips together. Would you look at that? Okay,
That's so
that's me and
tiny.
Bertha. Last but not least, look at how little. Shing. Oh my goodness. What would the teeniest, tiniest little paint palette be without the teeny weeniest little notebook? It's so small. To top it all off, this carrying case. Come on. It's so small. As you can see, we've got a different array. It was supposed to be a cloudy, miserable, rainy day, and it ended up being absolutely glorious. We're gonna use one of these today. I am going to try the medium-sized one. Let's pack up what I need. Let's ski down. Also, before we head out on this quest of painterly proportions, this video is sponsored. And to talk a little bit about that, here's sponsor Rachel. Responsibilities. Am I right? While I clean my entire house for an event this weekend, I think it's time to take a break and talk about today's sponsor. And that is June's Journey. Oh, you can really see my garble of 3D print nonsense in the back. Everything's fine. If you've been here any amount of time, you know that I am June's Journey's hype woman because I absolutely love it so much. It is a free-to-play mobile game, whodunit, murder mystery, hidden picture game. And what I mean by that is you progress throughout the story, which is of the main character June Parker trying to solve her sister's death. It takes you throughout countless countries, countless scenes, beautifully illustrated environments, and you have to find the hidden pictures that are prompted to you. There's something about this that just soothes my brain. Personally, for me, I like to see how fast I can find each object. I've gotten pretty good at it. In addition to these scenes, you also have your home base, which is the whole island. You can get fun little buildings, fun little props and people and animals, seasonal decor, a little cherry on top. I am 1000% genuine when I say I play this game all the time. I've heard from a ton of you that you love the game too, so that makes me very happy. That is June's Journey. If you would like to download it for free, you can head to the link in my description, or you can scan this handy dandy QR code. Future. Thank you so much, June's Journey, for sponsoring this video. And before our dues are in any way furthered, let us continue our peaceful, calming painting journey.
I hate that I'm hungry again, but I suppose that is normal.
Doesn't seem like there's that many people today, which is good.
The soup calls to me.
Tell me why I can go to a gas station dressed as Jon Snow or a drive-thru dressed as... But the idea of
makes me wanna hurl. So I've got a little bit of a walk. The spot I wanna go is over here.
This is what I want to do.
Here we are.
I kind of did that last week. Sort of like a bucket list of something I've always wanted to do. Just like chill in an open area and like draw stuff. So like that was nice. I'm gonna try to do that again next week, but in a different location.
Are you truly a frolicker if you don't have, number one, favorite field, and number two, this beauty right here? Back in high school, me and my friend Monica used to come here all the time, and we called it our favorite tree. So I'm back. It's lovely. Although I'm gonna be honest, I did not really think about the fact that it's been raining for a millennia, and that the ground is a little squangy. Did not cross my mind. This has like a plastic bottom. I'm gonna try to plop it down and see if my cheeks get wet. Find a good spot. I think maybe like, yeah. Sketchbook and paint. Snacks. A film camera. Not too bad.
Snacks!
That's pretty dang easy. The buns are dry. Finally get to cement my favorite tree onto paper. Here is my subject, like that. Because these have mud on them. Let's get started.
I still have yet to master trees and branches. I think I tend to make them a little too rigid when in reality they're just kind of very organic and rarely have straight lines. So my trees are always just a little noodly. Anyways, I'm sure that will come with practice.
Calling this one done. My tiny internal Kylo Ren tends to be a little too present when I'm working on watercolors. More! It's quite cute. I do like working in this scale. So teeny, so cute. Really, really like this palette. It's a good variation of greens, a good mixing area. I know this is just the first one, but this might be my favorite. I don't know. I do think right now is a good time to wrap it up because it's starting to get very windy. I'm gonna pack up and roll out. Thank you, tree, for being the most beautiful model. Good morning, everyone. Day 2. We're gonna give Big Bertha a little spin. It's very like, if you don't get it right in the right position, it's hard to put back. Okay. Whew. Yesterday, I went out, a bunch of watercolor paints, $4.99 a pop. It's okay.
I figured if we're going expensive, I might as well go the full bougie experience and see if it makes a difference in quality. Honestly, a little nervous about this one because it's like real painting. I feel like the other one is like
it's like real painting.
I'm a painter. But this one's like je suis peint. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know why it makes me anxious. Don't know how convenient this is going to be for kind of like a quick travel painting. But I guess we're going to find out. So let's load her up.
Didn't take me long to realize that I needed to account for the toxic sludge that was going to come out.
Oh, what is that? That's not what I want. Gross, man.
After that was thoroughly evacuated, I started filling up the tubes. I got a lot of different shades of greens, yellows, browns, black, blue for the sky, and then just orange. It was about then that I realized that I could not transport these because they were very liquid, and that I would then have to wait for them to dry before I proceeded.
Ugh. Man.
So this one obviously has a lot more moving parts than the other ones. Okay, so this is where water goes. I don't know why there's two. Maybe for clean and then for mixing. I'm just gonna fill both of them up. Oh, no. What? How? It popped off. And not in a good way. Come on now, monkey brain. Figure it out. I don't know how to get this back on. Ah! And it's leaking. Okay, listen. This is not watertight, apparently. So, never mind. I guess these are to fill when you get there. I'm not trying to be Neanderthal on purpose. Ah, I did it. I'm so smart. Human evolution, baby. Brushes. I'm still gonna bring my little watercolor pen that already has the water in it. This has space for brushes, so I figured why not take a crazy chance. Looks good, I guess. No time like the present. Let's go. Alright, we're here. There are so many people here. I don't know what the spot that I want to do. It's on full display. And despite me dressing like a time traveler from the Victorian age, I don't enjoy eyes on me. I do not wish to be perceived. I might walk around a little and see if there's maybe a little bit of a secluded spot. Oh, I wish I could just get over it. And I'm just a scared little guy.
That's a really good spot.
Okay, I think this is a decent spot away from eyeballs. Check this bad boy out, get it set up. I hope no one walks by because this makes me look very professional, and I can assure you. That. Yeah. Shoot! Be gone! I guess let's just go for it, yeah?
Now, one thing about this is that it does have a little screw in for a tripod, so you wouldn't be as big shrimpin' as I was. I considered it, but I don't have a stool or anything, so it wouldn't have really made sense.
Wait, what did I just merge? Okay. That's fine. I guess that's fine.
Something I didn't really consider was losing my shade spot, so I did have to make the great migration of about 10 inches over. My favorite part, of course, is adding in the little details, like this little water line from where the water rises.
I think I'm gonna call it on this one. I am also losing my shade again.
Good. He's so cute. He just took a tubby and now he's drying off.
Ta-da! I actually did enjoy this setup. It was nice to not have to hold it. That being said, is the painting any better than if I were to just use a portable one? All right, so I am going to pack up here, which might take me a minute, and then we can move on to our third and final experiment, which I'm quite excited about because it's itty bitty. Let's go. Look like I'm interviewing nature.
You're gorgeous. What do you have to say for yourself?
Okay, it's a good thing I checked that.
I shall save you the obnoxious wind noise, but basically here I was saying something about how it felt weird traveling so light because all I needed was my purse and the blanket.
There's turkeys over there. Let's see. Come here, turkeys. Give me a little gobble-a-goo. Who's that turkey? Oh, he's gone.
I don't know about this as a spot, but there is approximately 5 million turtles over there. So I think they're turtles. I also have the eyesight of a mole person. This is now Turtle TV with your host, Rachel. Not exactly stealthy. My lunchbox paint set in my pocket going nor my footsteps of a lumbering forest giant, but you know. Look at him. Oh.
Hello, you're beautiful. And I love you.
Turtle cam.
Precious.
Alright, I should probably find a spot now, huh? Yeah, I think that's it. I quite like the continuous road in a painting. I'm gonna pop a squat right here.
And so she did pop that squat and then suddenly realized her mistake.
Ugh. Spot in the shade? No, why would she do that? This might be a very bad decision. Putting her true Taurus stubbornness aside, she decided to move. Hold on. Alright. I don't love this spot. It's kind of out of necessity, because otherwise I could probably paint with my sweat. That's gross. Okay. I think I'm going to take some liberties with this and add a path where there kind of isn't one. This is so small, I don't know if it's gonna even matter. Let's get set up. So silly. Oh my god. Wow. Pencil out what I want. Alright. This would actually be really fun to bring on a trip and just have a bunch of teeny weeny little travel pictures in here. I've started carrying around a white paint pen because it's really hard to add in highlights and whites with watercolor after the fact. Yeah,
It's so cute.
Just a little guy. I'm calling that good enough because I have never had so many ticks on me and my clothing in my entire life. So I need to do the world's most thorough tick check. Turkey. What's that like to see a turkey? Hello, friend. Come on over, baby. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a mourning dove cooing away. Thought I would tell you an embarrassing story. For the first probably like 27 years of my life, I thought that sound that they make, the ooh, 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 I thought that was the sound of an owl when they sleep. Nick and I both thought that that's the sound they make when they snore. For a good chunk of our relationship, we would hear that noise and be like, oh, it's a sleeping owl. You've done well. Really enjoyed that. Aside from feeling like I was becoming one with the bugs, this size, I think it's really stinking cute. And yeah, obviously you don't get as much detail. Kind of like that it adds to the experience. I've said that before, part of the reason I like going somewhere, like doing little travel paintings, I feel like when you look at the painting afterwards, you remember where you sat, what it smelled like, what it sounded like. This kind of adds to the memory bank because you also remember how it felt to paint so small. You know, does that make sense? I found it very enjoyable and it took me like maybe 10 minutes. Good job, friend. Tick check and roll out.
I even managed to fit in some frolicking in there.
Let's talk final results. This was a very informative little experiment. Let's just go chronologically, starting with Medium Bertha. I am inclined to say that this was my favorite. Generally, when I do these travel paintings, it has to be something that fits in my suitcase, and it has to be something that's not going to take me super long, because when you're on vacation, a lot of times you don't have a huge amount of spare time, so it needs to be something that I can do within like 30 minutes. I liked the colors that were in it. It had a nice little mixing spot, which the one that I've been using doesn't really have that, and kind of made me realize how much I needed it. The footprint is so small, and it just clips right on. Good to go. I will probably end up retiring the crusty old biddy that I've been using, and switch over to this one. Second, Big Bertha. I had a lot of reservations about this one. Generally did enjoy using it. It acting as its own easel was really, really convenient. I like how the painting came out. I like the setup of it. It's nice being able to pick your own watercolors. But this one had a lot of cons for me. It's just too big. It's kind of like comparing apples and oranges, I'm aware. This is not tiny travel kit or anything. It's kind of in its own category. I felt like it drew a little too much attention to itself. You can't really be stealthy and paint like that. Super freaking expensive. It's from an art company, it's handmade. I don't necessarily think you need something that is $270 plus the watercolors that you then have to buy.
$270, I forgot that
I feel like
part.
I probably could have made the same caliber of painting with the cheaper one. Of course, you are paying for the easel, the sturdiness of it, the storage. And then finally, I don't really have a name for this, I guess, Tiny Bertha. I might honestly take this one with me as well because it's so small. I just think it would be really fun to fill that notebook up with tiny little paintings. I am a little biased though because I adore tiny itty bitty little things. This just makes me happy in general. And then using it was also super easy, very low stress, low maintenance. Pop it open and use it. I really liked it. So yeah, that's about my thoughts on that. This kind of just proves that it's not really about the price and expensiveness of your supplies. I feel like you can make the same art either way. This isn't really like a super legit review or anything. I just honestly needed to escape the house a little bit, and it was nice to get outside and enjoy nature before Massachusetts becomes Satan's actual arsehole. Please, please, please let me know if you like this. I would love to do more experiments like this, travel painting in general, maybe using a new medium. I recently found out that gouache is like watercolor, but you can build the color up, which is my main problem with watercolor. So Maybe I need to try that. Let me know. Once again, thank you so much, June's Journey, for sponsoring this video. If you want to download it for free, you can use the link in my description or this handy dandy QR code. Grateful for you all. I love you, whether you're new or old to this channel. If you're new here and you feel like sticking around, feel free to subscribe. I upload every other Friday. And we have fun here. And I'll see you in my next video. Bye.
Maybe I should invest in a travel watercolor kit.
She's a kitten girl. Yeah, she is. Bye. Did I actually know exactly what it was? Oh, I did. I am actually quite impressed with myself.
Like, my traditional medium of choice is
Straight to the
colored pencil, and I've really taken to markers too. But I'm a little limited on my marker selection. But like, once you get over the fear of thinking you'll never use the markers and they'll slowly dry out, they're fantastic to use.
Welcome to From the Mind of Christine McConnell. This will be a monthly video series where I create and document unusual projects that I've dreamt up. I plan to feature nearly any kind of craft you can imagine, all the way from cake decorating to possibly even making my own shoes from scratch. This month I plan on tackling something a little outside of my wheelhouse, which is furniture reupholstery. I've always loved the idea of owning one of those old pull-out couches. So when I found one on Craigslist for only $100, I thought it would be the perfect fit for a guest room that I just recently renovated. My only issue was that the color of the couch didn't quite go with the room, so I'm going to strip off the old fabric and rework the skeleton a little bit, doing some woodworking. I always try to research things as well as I can before I start a project, and one of the best tips that I found on YouTube while researching this one was using a butter knife as sort of a starting point to pry off those larger pieces, and it turned out to be an amazing tip.
She really carves, like, an entire frame for the back of this thing.
Before I could remove all of the fabric, I had to take out the mechanism of the pull-out bed, which was actually pretty simple. After removing the pull-out bed, it was pretty straightforward to take off the rest of the fabric, but it did require quite a bit of elbow grease because there were so many staples.
That's another thing, I kind of like putting furniture together. It's relaxing for me.
So now that the skin's been removed, I think I'm gonna work on the skeleton a little bit. At this point, we really could just refinish it with fabric and it would look really pretty, and it's not too difficult, but I like to challenge myself, and I feel like the shape of this is a little bit boxy and I want to give it a little bit more of a curve. What I'm gonna do is mark one side first. I'm gonna take a jigsaw, cut it out, and then take that piece and go around all the other sides, pencil mark it so it's identical, and then I'm going to cut all of them out, and then when I reupholster it, it'll give it a nice bend right here. Now, as for the top section, I think I want to bring up this a little bit and have it dip in the middle, and I'll be doing some woodworking around that later. So to tackle this part, I'm actually going to have to strip off and figure out how I'm going to reshape that. At the moment, I'm still not entirely sure, but I'm sure once the foam comes off, I'll have a better idea.
Oh, that sweater's cute. Had good colors on it.
Alright, so I've got that cut back. Now as you can see there's a nice little curve to it, which should enhance the silhouette. And now I'm going to start on this guy. This is a little bit of a tricky project as far as I'm not sure what it's gonna look like once I peel off this foam, but I just know that it's pretty much going to be completely restructured on the top part. So we'll see how this works out. Let's cross our fingers. In order to create the curve that I wanted on the back of the couch, several of the springs had to be removed first.
Man. So much detail. We're getting there, we're getting there. Let's see.
I was able to reuse all of the springs that I had to take out for the center. I'm pretty jazzed with how that first part worked out. It was really the part that was intimidating me the most, so I'm pretty happy to see that the shape worked out good. I feel like we've got a lot of support. My next step is basically to tear off all this old padding and replace it with fresh new stuff. Another thing I think I want to do is there's something called a tufted button. It's basically just a button that will pull through taut in a few places and just give it kind of an old-fashioned look. Obviously that wasn't part of the original couch, but like I said, I want to be dialing the couch back in time a little bit, so anything I can do to add to that. I installed strips of wood on the back side so I would have something to attach my buttons to.
Alone, don't bump my arm, please.
You sweet boy.
He's burrowing and he's hitting me a little bit.
now that the couch is reupholstered, I'm going to be adding some wood accents along the edges and back.
Oh,
And
here
the
we
way I'm
go.
going
Here's
to do
where
that
she, like,
is,
goes
in some
crazy.
instances, I'll just be holding the wood against the back of the couch to get the shape that I need. And in other instances, I'll be sketching out a design on cardstock, cutting that out, and patterning it onto the wood. So now I'm on to the next step. I've cut out all of my wood pieces and now I'm ready to start doing all of the fine detail and sculpting. I'm going to use a Dremel tool with a variety of attachments and tips to sculpt out a design. But before I get going on that, I'm going to show you how I draw the design first, and then it's basically just a matter of subtraction.
Oh my god, like look at
achieve
that.
sort of a three-dimensional look from the wood. And it's pretty fun. Like, this is one of my favorite parts of any project. So, because I get to sit down and relax. Because I used poplar, which is so wonderful for carving, I had to be careful about how I was going to go about staining it, as it can take the stain a little too strongly. So the first thing I'm going to do is dilute some acrylic paint in some water and shade in the areas that I want to have the most depth. Once that's set, I'm going to shellac all of my pieces and
Look
then
at that.
tint them with a little bit of a stain, which I'll blot up, and then once that's completely dry, I'll go over with a final coat of a clear shellac.
That is so cool looking. Wow. I dread lining this piece.
I would have loved to have showcased the making of these pillows, but unfortunately my cameraman escaped from his cage that day.
My cameraman escaped from his cage that day.
Thank you so much for watching. I've recently created a Patreon account in order to fund the making of this series. The link is in the description below. Any contribution is tremendously helpful in the making of more episodes, and additional content will be created for those who subscribe. Thank you again, and I'll see you next month.
Alright, last video of the night.
I guess we can just start. What do you think? You gonna help me? Okay, suit yourself. Hello. Do you ever just look at something and just immediately it hits you right in the aesthetic? Ooh. Well, for me, that happens quite a lot, but one of my most recent obsessions is Victorian wall murals. Take off my apron. I am cooking beef stew and baking bread simultaneously. Oh no. Hello? So I'm a little sweaty and out of breath. They smell like beef. I've always been a huge fan of painted walls. Walls that look like, you know, a work of art. I don't see it very often. Even trying to research this for this video, I had kind of a hard time, but I have seen it in real life maybe 1 or 2 times. There is a house in Sturbridge, a kid's room that's painted like a little forest. But behold, there's an artist on Instagram who I am absolutely in adoration of, and her name is Norche. Here she is. She is amazingly skilled at painting. Painted one of her rooms. Instead of me describing how fairy tale dreamland her house is, I'm just going to show you a couple shots from her stories. Roll the clip. Pretty much since the second I saw that, I have been quietly obsessing over it and not brave enough to do it myself. But you know what? If quarantine has taught me anything, it is that you really need to be happy with your own space. And this bedroom, this is definitely one of the most neglected rooms in the house, mainly because people don't see it. What I wanted to try to do, paint a wall mural along this wall right here. And as terrifying as that is, as the great Hilary Duff once said, why not take a crazy chance? If I don't like it, I can just paint over it. No harm, no foul. Now, like I said, Norche is a huge inspiration. She is so lovely and answered a lot of my questions. Originally, I was just thinking like, okay, I'll just use acrylics. But she let me know she did use wall paint for this, which the more I think about it, the more it kind of makes sense, because acrylic, if you use too much, when it dries, it can be a little chunky. Thankfully, we're kind of hoarders of leftover paint. Today it came in handy because I actually kind of have a color palette with just leftover paint from various rooms in this house. That means I didn't have to go to Lowe's and talk to the scary paint people because that's too much responsibility for me.
The scary paint people.
So this is kind of the color palette that I'm thinking.
So I have this forest green, which some of you might remember. What a throwback. Then we have this off-white color and this gray color. And then I will also be using some brown and white.
My brain is very much hardwired to replicate. So I'm really hoping I don't copy Norche's lovely work. So the plan is, today I'm just going to sketch it out, maybe make an outline of the trees with pencil. Tomorrow we can just get down and dirty and paint all day. Figured while I'm painting I could maybe do a little Q&A just because I don't have much to talk about. I feel like just watching me paint a wall might be a little boring, so we might as well have a cozy little chit-chat moment. Okay, so what I'm thinking, something like this. Sort of like a misty forest. I like the idea of the corners almost being framed by the trees. These straight lines here will be kind of background trees that aren't quite as fleshed out. Going to hopefully have like a sort of a gradient towards the bottom up into the piece so it all looks very painterly and on purpose, you know. So essentially if you look at the room, there will be a tree here, there, which will be a little bit hard to see because of the vanity, but I think it will look really nice with the branches kind of coming out over here. I do have curtains that I plan to switch these out with as well, and then a new shelf, and this wall is a work in progress and something that hopefully I can get done soon, but probably not for this video. Talk about room with a view. Ooh, wow. Let's start planning.
This is when I immediately realized it feels really wrong to draw on your walls, almost like you're gonna get punished. Now it's time for a completely unrelated side note. So I've had this little sewing bench from my grandma for years and I never actually looked inside, so I thought it might be fun to take a little gander. Some really cute stuff in here. Found some typical grandma stuff of reusing containers for other things. A couple electric scissors that look like they could possibly kill me. No thank you. Some cute little booklet for a sewing machine that I wish I knew where it was. Some hidden thimbles. And a heck ton of pinking shears. Alright, that's it. I just wanted to share some treasures with you.
The next morning.
Today's the day. I'm nervous. I boogies.
Yeah, good fit.
I did have all the paints that I needed, but I didn't have that many brushes, so I did end up going out and getting probably way more brushes than I need. But because it's wall paint, I kind of had the feeling that these were going to be very much like throwaway brushes and that it would pretty much ruin them. So I wanted to get just kind of really cheapo ones. Oh god. These long boys, I don't know why they're so long. Expelliarmus! What are you doing? No, not for you! Could hold it like Voldemort holds his wand. Harry Potter is dead! Not a toy for the baby. These I will probably use for like the branches and very detailed little bits. You know what I'm saying? This round thing. And then I got sponges, which kind of gross me out, honestly. I don't have trypophobia, but just looking at this, knowing that it was alive on the seafloor kind of grosses me out. So, then I got this gigantic palette. It has like 2 giant mixing sections, which hopefully I don't junk this up too much because this could actually really come in handy. So that's all I got as far as tools. And then I quickly whipped up a little painter's apron out of scrap fabric that I had downstairs. I wanted to make one that if I do end up getting paint on it, it's not a big deal. Also, I've got my Shroot Farms shirt and these comfy Sunday floor pants, which I have officially dubbed painting pants. Amazing socks that my friend Sarah gave me. You crafty bitch. Also, my legs are hairy. Don't at me.
Are you sure you want to wear those socks when you paint?
What do you think? You gonna help me?
Because paint gets everywhere, whether you like it or not.
Suit yourself. First,
you can be so
do
careful.
The base color, so I will
and you'll
probably
still
be
get like a
mixing couple
splotch
colors
of it
and then
somewhere.
just kind of sponge or dab that on. Yeah, and I'll probably save the trees and such for last. Wish me luck. Oh. Fashion.
Montage.
I think you are overreacting, SpongeBob. I don't see any paint. Oh, now I see it.
Alright, so I have kind of the background almost finished. I just have to wait for the bottom to dry a little bit before I can do a little bit of a darker green. This originally wasn't my plan to kind of do this foliage, but I kind of liked how the sponge replicated painterly bushes. I kind of like the idea of having different layers of foliage, almost like clouds. I think the trees mostly for me are going to be a gray color. Might just go grab some brown acrylic and just put a little bit of that in the mixture. And then while we do that, I will answer some questions. I'm going to mix some brown with gray. Okay. Fabled Knitwear asks if you could travel anywhere right now. Pretending the pandemic is over. Can't see the rest of the question because Instagram baffles me. But if I could travel anywhere right now, as cliche as it is, probably Paris. Before the good old Rona hit, I was desperately wanting another trip there. I've only been there once, which even saying that sounds a little silly because many people don't even get to go there in the first place. But I went with a almost like a college trip, but not through my college. These are cheap ass brushes. We only got to spend 3 days there, and that is just not enough for me. Nick actually proposed to me. Not only is it so beautiful and like the exact color palette.
Ah man, you know what? Because we were talking about this recently, you know what else Rachel did? She replicated Christina Ricci's dress at the end of Sleepy Hollow. The black and white striped one. Very Beetlejuice looking dress. She made that. Damn, I could have put that. I could have put that in the list too. Oh well. She gets it, she gets it.
Also, because I got engaged there and because me and Nick have such fond memories there, it's become kind of a special city in my heart, and I would absolutely love to go back and spend more time there and eat so many pastries. Ruby's musings. What draws you to your current personal style versus the more 50s style you once had? If you've been here for a while, you've probably noticed that my style has changed quite a lot. Not only do I think that people generally just tend to evolve and change their styles and figure out what they're into, especially when you kind of enter a subculture, I guess, of fashion. I was just finding that the more pin-up-y kind of traditionally 40s or 50s. I still wear a lot of 40s stuff. One of my favorite eras of fashion. I like the muted colors, and I think the 50s is a little too loud for me. Becoming a bit more comfortable in, I'm sorry, I'm like ducking a little bit more comfortable with different time periods as well, drawing more inspiration from like the 1800s and almost fantasy as well, because you know what? Clothes are a way to express yourself, and you can dress however you like. I just want to dress like an elf sometimes, or a hobbit, or Anne of Green Gables, or an explorer, or a librarian. And you know what? With clothes, I can do that every single time I get dressed. Something different. I still find myself going back to more vintagey outfits every now and then, but I like the fact that, you know, there's that freedom to do whatever you want, not be bogged down to a specific style. I'm painting the same section over and over and again because I've been avoiding going to get a smaller brush for these smaller branches, which makes no sense, and I'm gonna do that right now. Okay? Also because I guess when I talk, I can't focus on one thing. I'm like Nick when he's on the phone. He walks 5 miles around the house. Zing. Also trying to keep these kind of natchy. Tend to overwork branches when I paint them, and then they don't look organic anymore and they look a little too purposeful. That's my pro tip for painting trees, is just go with the flow. Anna, what's a bucket list vintage item you want? That wicker armchair that Morticia Addams had in the 50s Addams Family. So that's...
Okay, give me 1 second. I still have a little bit of time because this video is a bit long, so I'm just gonna pull up my reference for color. Yes, here we go. Yeah.
70s Volkswagen Bug. I guess that was a bug. I don't know. I have not done any research on it, but I know that every time I see them, I think they're freaking adorable and I would love to have one. I've never really been interested in cars, but you know, when something strikes you in the aesthetic, sometimes there's no explanation. Morgan says, if you could magically have a new hair color / length for 24 hours, what would you pick? I'm still a little bit too chicken to venture into wearing wigs. I guess because I'm so awkward when it comes to when you're wearing a wig and someone's like, I love your hair. I just instantly become unnecessarily awkward. Thanks, it's not mine. One of my favorite
Thanks, it's not
styles
mine.
ever is the short black bob with the bangs, a la Joan of Arc. Well, one rendition of her anyway. And whenever I get to dress up as a character that has that hair, I'm always like, ooh, who is she? I mean, that's easy enough to wear a wig too. But again, like we discussed, I am a chicken. I guess dark hair in general. If I could magically just go back to red hair after and not go through a gigantic process. Okay, I feel like we're getting to more questions than I usually do. Number 4. Vio Fido, do you like when people copy your style? Sure, I don't know. I don't really care. Do whatever you want. Lord knows I have taken many inspiration photos and recreated them with what I have. So if that's the way that you take inspiration and the way that your brain can put together an outfit is by using direct source and just recreating it, then absolutely go for it. Listen, the Hobbit Club is always open for more members, so. Anna Pavlova says, do you like to read fantasy books? I highly suggest Brandon Sanderson. And it's funny that you say that. Me and Nick are, I would say, reading through, but realistically we are listening to the audiobook of The First Wheel of Time. He's read through the series. It's like 14 books. Ever since I stopped commuting to the city, I don't have that 2 hours every day to read, so I just kind of stopped reading. But now we're doing a thing with some of our friends, and it's a weekly book club. Are you still recording? Yes, you are. So each week we will have like 5 chapters of The Wheel of Time to read through, and then we all meet in a Zoom meeting, chat about it. So that's kind of like a good motivation. Also because I feel like me and Nick have literally watched every single thing ever made on Netflix that we're interested in, at least. So putting an audiobook on the TV, and it's kind of awkward at first because you're just kind of sitting there like,
and then Rand packed up his clothes onto Bella and headed off.
But it's a really good alternative to not having anything to watch. What's your favorite 1980s movie? Back to the Future, for sure, hands down. I suppose Indiana Jones is a close second. Back to the Future is one of my movies that I can just put on and zone out, and it's like one of my comfort movies. On the same kind of topic,
that's
your favorite movies. Top 5 are My favorite movies usually coincide with my comfort movies. Number 1, Pride and Prejudice, 2005.
No,
Don't
that's
Come For Me.
fine.
I love the
That's
other one as
correct,
well.
actually.
That's
Okay,
a TV show.
weird.
So, number 2, Moulin Rouge. I watched that in high school, and it was like very, very formative to me as a filmmaker. I know that Baz Luhrmann's frantic style is not for everyone, but it is for me, BB. Number 3, probably Into the Spider-Verse. That's another one of my comfort movies. Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, and I love Miles and the animation and the music and the characters. Oh, it's so good. 4, The Mummy, of course. Number 5, probably Fellowship of the Ring. Specifically, it's a little bit less stressful, I guess, than the other 2. My comfort movies usually don't have a lot of conflict in them, and they're just kind of very relaxing. The Fellowship of the Ring with the Shire and Rivendell starting to get introduced to the characters. It's really the only time we get to see the Shire, except for the very ending. I like this one. Moogaflorgan, Moogaflorgan. Favorite weirdest way Frodo sleeps. These are the kind of specific questions that I love. He has very long legs, very kangaroo-esque, if you didn't notice. And sometimes he'll sleep with his back legs like up here, and then he'll put his front legs up over it. Or sometimes he'll bundle up his front legs. I take my hand and just like put my one time, and I say, "Oh, get all legs."
Hi, Ormond. Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What were you playing?
One more, and then I'm gonna try to finish this up. What have you been watching lately? Me and Nick have been working our way through the MCU, actually, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it?
Really
Is that Sombra? It is Sombra,
the
yes.
last one we saw in theaters was Iron Man 3, except for the Spider-Man.
She was very difficult
kind of like
to draw.
separated, but as far as
But
like, all the Avengers,
I'm
we
doing it.
definitely fell behind because they started to come
Rumble,
out, like,
that's nice.
so much, and we don't really go to the movies
That's
that much.
nice.
So I felt like once we missed one, we couldn't keep seeing the other ones, and we
Okay,
just
I
kind
need
of
to
fell
zoom
off the
this
bandwagon.
out.
We finally decided to catch up, so we did them
little
in the
bit.
order that they take place.
Go.
We just have Endgame left, which is the big one. I would say my favorite so far.
Trying to
is
flat color
probably
this and then
Thor
end
Ragnarok,
stream
because I
soon.
thought
I've been
that
going
was
for a
absolutely
while.
hilarious. And me and Nick love Jeff Goldblum. Love the stone guy. I forget his name. It's like Gork or something. Piss off, ghost. Hey, man. One thing I learned, whoever did all the Asgardian hairstyles for the women, for the people in the background that you like barely see, deserves an award. The whole time I was just staring at all those beautiful hairstyles. And now I want to recreate some of them just in my daily life. And I can't find any photos. So I have to like, I don't know, put it on the TV and then just like take pictures with my camera or something. Okay, I'm gonna finish up the stream now.
Okay,
Good
I just
talk.
need to do his
Champ.
hair. Just grab it. There we go. Whoops, that's the wrong layer. Alright, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. Ooh, this is gonna be difficult. Instead of color picking, I'm just gonna use my eyes.
I've got this side pretty much okay. I'm still waiting for down here to dry. Well, let's do some more questions. Will I do? Emily says, what's an era of period costume you haven't explored yet? Don't think I've done really anything medieval. I mean, there's a lot of time periods I haven't done, but that's one that I've always wanted to do, haven't really done yet. I have a project plan that along those lines, which should be fun. Recently, I watched Ever After for the first time. I know. Shame. The fashion was really stinking adorable. In any time period, I find myself more drawn to like working clothes or peasant clothes in medieval terms. This goes for like princesses too. I find myself more drawn to their town looks or their before the ball gown looks. So I feel like medieval like workwear is something I really, really like. Vintage Camera Girl asks, what's the story behind Binks? I feel like this is a good one because I always talk about Frodo's adoption story, but I don't really talk about our first baby, which is Binks. If you're new here, yes, I do have a cat.
Alright.
Yes, She is a mythical being that only comes out purely when she feels like it. So we adopted her
I feel
in
like
2012.
I probably should have
Nick was
gotten
living
like
at
an
his dad's
in-game render
house.
of her.
I mean, in all honesty, I basically lived there too. I was spending like almost every night there. I really wanted a little
Was
animal
not
to take care of. Nick
thinking.
doesn't like bunnies, so that was out of the question. I know. Shame. So I finally convinced him to start looking at
It'll be
kitties
fine.
with me. I've always wanted
Probably.
a cat, and my dad and sister were allergic, so I could never have one. Came down to convincing his dad. You know, it was his house, and we were just like, let us get a cat. I like to think I softened
That probably would have been more
and made him,
helpful.
like a little cartoon about
Helpful
what it
if
would
you're
be
looking
like
to
have
grab
a cat.
colors.
Eventually,
Well, I can easily just grab one right now. Boop. Alright, let me see. Hmm. Well, I am not sure which one to go with. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that one's cute. Sure. Sure. And I'll just, slap it in my reference somewhere. Where did it go? There we go. Okay, stick it in the corner. Save. Okay. Give me 1 second. Ah, crap. Okay, there we go.
Actually, he caved in, found her on a little shelter website, so we went and saw her. Her name was Ruby at the time, and she was very, very shy. She was hiding in the corner the whole time while all the other kitties were like trying to get attention. Not much has changed. She was so little. She's definitely gotten a lot better within the past few years. It doesn't help that Frodo, being the herding dog that he is, constantly chases her, but she, you know, she sticks up for herself. She'll tell Frodo what's what every now and then. Born in 2011, so she's gonna be 10 years old this year. Holy. I mean, cats basically live to be 3,000 years old, so I'm not too worried about it, but that's still crazy. So yeah, that's the story behind our little baby. The firstborn, if you will. Scooter Girl says, what's your favorite part about being an artiste? One of my favorite parts about having, I guess, a more creative brain and not so analytical, the problem solving. For instance, I like the replication part of my brain because basically where I'm at now, I can kind of look at a costume and break it down and know exactly the methods I want to use, replicate certain parts of the costume, and that's really prevalent in watching all the Marvel movies now. I feel like if you're a costumer or someone who's interested in costumes, half of watching the Marvel movies is just staring at the details of the costumes and all of the layers when they're not CGI. I don't even really know what my point was.
You're gonna need to make this a little more,
You know, in general, it doesn't even have to be a creative thing, but if you make something and just looking at it and being like,
yes,
I made that. A special feeling, and it's very rewarding, even if it's just for you and not for anyone else. Banishi says, how is 2021 treating you so far? You know, it is what it is. I've been doing a little bit better. I think because, quite honestly, the sun is up a little bit longer. Now it doesn't get dark at 4:30, and that may not sound like a lot, but it is. I don't know, I'm just feeling a little bit more optimistic about things in general. And I have a few projects coming up that I'm really excited about, and I feel like now especially that's kind of what I need, is to have things that I'm looking
Enhance.
forward to. That used to be, you
Enhance.
know, traveling. For now, I will look
God
forward
damn
to
it.
making
No.
things. Feeling good. I have a few changes to the channel. Nothing major, but I am going to make a video
hate when it
explaining
does that.
some of the things I'm thinking about that I'm excited about.
There we go.
But also kind of scared. This is crusty. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like for the first time in a while, I'm starting to look up and refinding my kind of zest for life, if you will. Liz Sherbert asks, what are you most looking forward to this year? Things to start resembling a little bit. I'm not even going to say normalcy. I'm just going to say maybe like less chaotic. I know the vaccine's coming out, but I don't think this year is the year things are quite going to be what they used to be. But this year is going to get a little better. Something I'm looking forward to, honestly, outdoor dining or just getting a coffee and walking around. Obviously, this year being outdoors was a huge part of Nick and I's time, but now that it's winter, I think we're both kind of feeling a little stuffed inside because we don't feel comfortable really indoor dining. Normally during winter, we'll go get breakfast or go see a movie or do something. Feeling a little cooped up, but you know, it is what it is. Why do you think I'm doing this? Oh, crazy man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'm just excited for it to get warm out again and for the leaves to come back and for the birds to return. Okay, one more before I start doing leaves.
For the birds to return.
What's your favorite part of being a YouTuber? And the freedom, for sure. I've mentioned this before, but I don't do great working for someone else. I am a good employee and I will work my ass off for a company or for a boss, but I gotta say, working for myself, it is way better. The fact that people even watch my videos, I've been making stupid videos since like 7th grade. It's a bit weird to have people actually watch them now. My brain still can't quite comprehend it. I find myself like editing the end of a video being like, this stuff doesn't matter, people aren't going to watch it all the way through anyways. It's weird to think people actually do watch my videos
like that, and then...
Alright, I'm going to do some leaves, then some finishing touches, and I think maybe we're done here? Not too bad, it's 3:15 now. I started this at like 11.
Trust the process.
I'm just saying, if you have a boring wall in your house and a few extra hours...
You and I, we could float a little, flying boat a little, while we wrote a little, scented note a little, subsequent to passing through the clouds and having lots of fun. We'll go up into the sweetest sky of blue, and on ascending we will figure out the two, but on returning to old terra firma we will be as one.
Oh my god. That sound effect scared me. Just a little darker. If she does actually have color on her eyelids, I'll change it later. I'm just slapping stuff down right now. Yeah, there we go.
It is done. Ta-da! Man, it's wild what just some paint and a wall can do for your mood. Look, alright, I'm a Taurus. Surrounding yourself with beauty is something we hold very deeply. It's kind of funny because when I was a teenager, I thought how cool it would be to turn my room into like a forest, like an Alice in Wonderland kind of thing. I was a big Kingdom Hearts kid. You know, I almost feel like this is a prophecy that has been fulfilled and a true sign that adulthood rocks. You can eat cereal whenever you want and you can paint on your walls.
You can eat cereal whenever you want.
This room isn't complete yet. I still have to do that side of the room, so it's a little hard to see the full vision in my head quite yet. It's on its way there. This was a huge part of it. I don't know, I just think it's really pretty. The sponges, even though they grossed me out, did a really good job of making this shrubbery.
And I'm happy that it doesn't look exactly
Shrubbery.
like Moche's. I was a little worried when I started that my brain would just go straight to replication and not venture off into my own style. I did think it started to look a little kid's room, but I feel like once I added my vanity back in there and then some antique decorations, it starts to make it look a little bit more Victorian, a little bit more old-fashioned, as opposed to just like some kid's adventure room, which, you know what, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Maybe I'll
Hopefully
add
you
that
guys
back
had
piece.
fun.
I don't know.
This is definitely something a bit spur of
There's
the
so much
moment for me.
detail.
I did not end up using that much paint at all, so this size would be way more than you actually need. I don't think they make smaller sizes than this. Smaller sizes than this? Wow. But if they do, I would recommend that. This is probably the color I use the most, and I barely used any. So I love you guys whether you're new or old to this channel. If you're new here and you feel like sticking around, feel free to subscribe. I upload every Friday, and we have fun here.
I'm just gonna do...
And I will see you in my next video.
One of these.
Bye.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay. I'm gonna end this in a second. I just want to put this really cool pink and blue bit on here. Let me see. So grab that. Kind of like that. Something like that. What the hell is that? Wait, no, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Is that a line? Ew. Get out of here. No? What is that? Oh, okay. That was on the wrong layer. It's too late now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. Actually, here, I can just do this. Okay. Copy. Cut. Paste. Merge. There we go. Okay. Then kind of this blue, but less green. Yeah, that looks cool. I mean, I guess technically that would be like her skin color. Not exactly, hold on, not exactly, just... I should probably delete this part. This does not need to be here. Yeah, that looks better. I'm in the deep end, I can't stop. Okay, hold on. I think these are gray with like a blue tinge to them. Yeah. And then... Okay, kind of looks like the end of her hair is like a lighter sort of lilac color. So let me just do this. No, we were supposed to lock the layer. Okay, here we go. Do like a little swoop. Swoop. And then blend that out. Something like that. I'll mess with it later. I'll mess with it later. I need to stop. I need to stop. It's almost 4 in the morning. Okay. Okay, yeah. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. But we made some really good progress. Alright. Thank you all so much for watching. Sorry this was kind of another low energy art stream, but I hope you were entertained with the videos I put on in the background during. We'll be finishing up Whiplash on Wednesday. And just continuing art on Saturday, as always. Whether I feel like just putting on videos for background noise or not, just, you know. It always kind of depends on my mood, especially since I started, taking weekly bike rides on Friday. I've been feeling kind of tired the next day, but, you know, I appreciate you all sticking around and keeping me entertained. Or rather, keeping me company as I work. But yeah. Good night, guys. I'll see you next time.